The Natsume clan was once an ancient and powerful bloodline, but years of conflict have left only 3 members alive. Among them is Naruto, an orphan who has no idea just how deep his connection to the clan runs. Now, his journey begins with the Ryugen, the Dragon Eye, a mysterious dojutsu said to see what no ordinary eyes can. And Naruto is about to discover exactly what those eyes are capable of. Chapter 3. The sun was high on this Tuesday afternoon, the heat of the yellow orb bearing down on anyone without shelter. The one suffering from it the most was the blonde genin. It seemed his location on the training field was in the center of the sun's burning passion. Though he would not let it get to him, he was all too used to days like this. Naruto stood steadfast, facing a healthy tree, easily over 3 times his height. He was in his fighting stance, looking as if he was about to throw a punch. His body was drenched with sweat, his breathing rate faster than normal. His white robe was slightly ajar, the sleeves on it being rolled to his shoulder. Black cargo pants covered his legs, being the main source of his discomfort in this heat. On his wrist are red wristbands and red shin guards under his pants, which Anko had given him. They were actually 35-pound weights in disguise. His forehead protector covered his eyes as usual, seeming to soak up some of the sweat that was leaking from his forehead. On his back was his katana, which was placed diagonally to his back by a leather shoulder strap. A tan utility pouch was attached to his obi, which covered his waist, and a shuriken holster was tied his right leg. "Your form is off." Naruto jumped slightly, the shout catching him off guard. Naruto corrected himself, standing straight once again. He tried hard not to turn to his silver-haired companion and concentrated on his current action. He stepped on the ground, twisting his body just a bit. He concentrated, collecting all the energy from his movement, bringing it to his right arm. Reeling said appendage back, Naruto used his chakra radar to take aim on the tree ahead of him. The blonde rotated his body, his hair swaying at his motion. At the right moment, Naruto threw a punch, slicing straight through the space between him and his target. The instant his fist contacted the tree, he unleashed his pent-up energy. The tree he hit crumbled at the force, the bark crackling before it was ripped from its hold in the dirt. The tree flew back, smashing into other trees along its path. Naruto cringed at the loud collision. That was not what he intended to do. He could hear the collapse of a few more trees coming down seconds later. Naruto panted, a low tsk escaping his mouth. Clearly he was upset, the result not to his liking. A second later, a hard object smashed against his head, sending a jolt of pain into his skull. In less than a second the boy was crouched, grabbing his head in pain. "Ouch!" he let out, rubbing the damaged area. "This is pathetic, Naruto," Maya scolded coldly. "You should have this down already. It's been 6 years since you first learned it." Naruto gritted his teeth. She was right, but it was so hard to do. "Maya-chan," he huffed. "I'm trying, but I just don't have the control for this." The girl glared down at him. The hell he didn't. "Anybody can do this. Don't try and weasel your way out just because you find it hard." Naruto turned his head to her, sending a pulse of chakra to the girl. He received her complete appearance and he found the girl looking a bit like Sakura. On Maya's body was a silvery blue, sleeveless, form-fitting chipao, which came down to her knees. With 2 slits at her hips, it showed just enough skin, even though at her age it would be concerned more skin than should be shown. But at the same time it wouldn't restrict any type of kicks she would ultimately dish out. The hem of the dress was decorated with the tail of a gold dragon, circling up the dress, seemingly wrapping her in a tight embrace. The dragon's face rested just on her left breast, growling in warning for anyone who would touch her. This time around, the girl wore her forehead protector around her waist like a belt, her utility pouch attached to the back of it. A bandage is wrapped around her right leg, a shuriken holster being tied over it, just in arm's reach. Leather gauntlets covered her forearms, metal being stitched into it for added protection. Leather greaves covered her leg, like with her gauntlets metal was stitched into it. Anko was the one who provided her with them, filling the same purpose as Naruto's, extra weight. What she used to hit Naruto was a 67.5-inch nodachi, in its plain blue sheath. The long sword had a long hilt, wrapped in purple cording. It was too long for her to have on her back, so she carried it in her right hand. "But it's not just hard. It's super hard," Naruto exclaimed, leaping up. It's like trying to shoot an arrow into the moon. Maya stared at him, letting the absurdity of his words set in her mind. So that means I can shoot an arrow into the moon? Maya asked, making sure he knew exactly how that sounded. Naruto words froze in his mouth. He literally had no response to that. Well, there was always the nervous agreement. Maybe. Maya glared down at him, sighing. For that, give me 20 push-ups. After that you will try it again, she ordered. Naruto sighed, getting in push-up position. Before he could start, Maya sat on his back, placing the tip of her sword on the ground. Start, she ordered. At that moment, Naruto went down before coming up just as easy. 1, Maya counted. Where do you think Hibi-sensei is? Naruto asked, going down. 2, Maya counted, Naruto coming back up. I don't know, but she is taking a while. She's been gone since 9. You think she ate without us? Naruto asked. After what happened last time? Maya hummed, thinking about it. Probably. 3. Hey, it wasn't that bad. Naruto whined, his already burning arms hurting that much more. But he pushed through it. Oh, that fight you two had wasn't bad? Maya asked, looking down at him. 5. She counted, realizing she missed the last one. Hey! She started it. Nothing. I is better than ramen. Naruto exclaimed. I could name a few. Maya looked back, spotting Anko under the shade of the tree. Sensei. Maya greeted. 7. Anko nodded, happy at their continuous training. I bet you couldn't. Naruto forced out. It was becoming increasingly harder to do this. I could, but I'll leave that for later, Anko said. She noticed the broken ground and had to wonder what he did, but she put it out of her mind for now. I got good news. Oh, Naruto said, his arms starting to shake. What's the news? He was starting to slow down, taking 5 seconds to rest in between push-ups. Come on, you have 10 more, Maya urged. She looked back to Anko, wondering the same. Well, I finally got old man to give us a C-ranked mission, Anko said. Am I a wonderful sensei or what? Her rejoice was met with a forced smile and a blank look. 3 weeks of training, Maya mumbled. I think you did well. Anko smiled at her praise. The two of them had been urging her to go on missions since they started. What better way to start off than this? When? Naruto huffed, panting as sweat fell from his face. Do we go? Well, after you finished with this. We meet in an hour, Anko said. What kind of mission is it? Maya asked. It's an escort mission to Wave, Anko replied, crossing her arms. We are to pair up with another team and protect a bridge builder. Maya blinked, surprised. Is it really that dangerous of a mission? Maya asked. No, the most we should expect is bandits, Anko said. So what would warrant the use of 2 teams for a C-ranked mission? Maya asked with her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Nothing too important, Anko said, dismissing the question. We'll meet with Team 7 at Southern Gate. Team 7, Maya repeated curiously. Yeah, the team with your cousin on it, Anko continued. And I see Naruto let out, giving his final push-up. He dropped a second later, his arms feeling like they were on fire. How long is the mission and how should we prepare? Maya asked, placing her hand on Naruto's damp hair. She rubbed his blonde mane, as some sort of praise for completing his set. In all actuality, it was his 10th set today. Quite lengthy. Bring enough weapons and clothing for at least a few weeks, Anko said. And don't be late. A grin was the last thing Maya saw before her teacher disappeared in a swirl of leaves. This seems suspicious, Maya mumbled. Yeah, it does. But there is nothing that can be done as of now, Naruto said, between pants. Maya's eyes came to him, agreeing with his words. We will use this mission to show that we can work well as a team. A low moan left his mouth. She hadn't stopped rubbing his head, and she was actually scratching a little now. All right, but it's never that easy with the old people, Maya said. Her hand left his head and she stood. He turned his head to her, figuring this was as good of a time as any. Maya-chan, Naruto called. Chen, she let out, turning to her friend. She watched him stand, rubbing his hands of any dirt that hitched a ride up. He dug in his pouch, feeling around for something that wasn't sharp. After a moment, he drew out a purple case. He showed it to her, a grin on his face. What? I need your help with something, Naruto said. Maya looked at him, then to the case. Okay, she answered. What is it? You'll know in a few moments, Naruto said, closing the distance between them. First, can you close your eyes and hold out your right hand? Why? Maya asked suspiciously. Pleasey, Naruto begged. She continued to stare at him before letting out a sigh. All right, but if you grope me, I swear I'll break your arm, she warned. All right, Naruto said quickly. Maya hummed, following the blonde's direction. She closed her eyes, moving her sword to her left hand. She moved her right hand out, her palm up. Naruto smiled happily, opening the case quietly. He drew out the glowing crystal, one of the two he worked so diligently on these pasted few weeks. It is now attached a nylon cord, which was connected by a silver clasp. Okay, Maya-chan. Naruto started. He lowered the jewel into her hand, feeling the movement of her hand through the string. When I say so, generate chakra into this object. All right, Maya said, her curiosity starting to rise. She wanted to open her eyes to see what it was. Felt like a sharp rock on something. Hearing his friend's agreement, Naruto raised his free hand, making a tiger seal or half of one. He took a deep breath, concentrating as hard as he could. After a moment, he felt a sudden heat deep in his body. The boy urged it on, pushing it towards his right hand as he pressed his palm against hers. Start. Maya nodded, molding her chakra before generating it into hand. She channeled it into the object, wondering why she was starting to feel a familiar malicious chakra coming from the boy across from her. Soon it became a lot more apparent to her, his body temperature increasing as well. Naruto. It's nothing, Naruto said. Naruto directed his chakra into the crystal, mixing it with Maya's for 2 minutes. Naruto smiled, feeling the intended result take effect. Letting out loud sigh, the blonde stopped his action. All right, Maya-chan, you can stop now, he said. Finally, she muttered. She opened her eyes, looking at the sweaty boy first before his hand. She looked back up at Naruto, waiting for him to move his hand. After another moment and nervous smile, the blonde did just that. The now light purple crystal sparkled, the rays of the sun hitting it dead on. The light memorized her, an awestruck expression on her face. She hooked the cord around her fingers, tilting her palm so it would fall. She raised her hand up as the crystal dangled. Whoa, where did you get this? Naruto smiled, both her expression and voice letting him know she liked it. Well, that a secret. But how do you like it? It's awesome, she said. But what's the occasion? She tore her eyes away from the crystal, hoping to get some insight on this. With a flushed face, Naruto quickly retrieved the necklace from her. No occasion. He moved behind her, unclasping the fastener. Stay still. Naruto sent out a chakra wave, taking in her position. He swung it around her neck, lifting up her hair and fastened it shut behind her neck. There, he said, backing up. Maya turned around, facing the boy as she inspected the piece of jewelry. Naruto hummed, the image of the jewel around her neck entering his mind. It looks nice on you, Naruto said, smiling widely. Thanks, Maya let out, grinning, a blush on her face. Well, we have to get ready for the mission. Naruto nodded. He need to wipe off and get his stuff. All right, do you want to meet up at the gate? Yeah, first one there wins, she challenged. Naruto grinned mischievously. His house was closer to the gate. All right, the blonde agreed. Oh, take a quick shower, you'll all sweaty, Maya said. Before her friend could reply, the older Natsume dashed away, leaving Naruto on the field alone. No countdown, huh? He asked himself, hearing her leave. Shaking his head, the boy turned in the direction of his home. He began walking, only to stop in front of the tree Anko was at. Again he took up his stance, taking aim at the tree. Once again he rotated his body, reeling his arm back. Concentrating the energy from his motion into his arm, the boy arm lashed out, striking the tree dead on. Upon unleashing his energy, the sound of wood breaking rang out. Naruto hummed, the image of tree appearing in his mind. There was no damage to the surface, or so it seemed, and the tree was still in place. So what was that sound? Figuring he would investigate a little, the boy walked around to the back. He sent out a few pulses hoping to figure out what happened. The images of a few trees in the direct path of his attack appeared unharmed in his mind. Naruto hummed, turning his head to the tree. Sending out another of wave, the blonde saw that the back of the tree had a hole in it. Naruto tilted his head. Well, I might not be able to get that exorcised down, but I can sure as hell attack somebody's insides, Naruto said. Shrugging, the genin turned away, deciding to start this race. Naruto reached the front of his door in a record time of 9 minutes. Deciding not to catch his breath, the boy quickly undid the seal that kept his home impenetrable before unlocking it. He opened his door, running inside, taking his shoes off in a rush. Making a T sign with his hands, a puff of smoke appeared a clone. His clone dashed to his room, while he moved to the bathroom ready to take a quick 5-minute shower. While he was doing that, his clone busted into his room, storming straight to his dresser. He went into drawn, feeling around for something that held all he needed. After a moment, the boy frowned, the object he desired not being where he left it. Where is it? He muttered, beginning to pull out clothing and tossing it behind him. Soon the drawer was empty, all content thrown on the floor. Shit, he had to find it now or he won't win this little race. After his shower, Naruto walked into his room, a towel around his waist, almost completely dry. He frowned at the chaos that his once clean room was it. The contents of all 3 drawers was on the floor in a pile, as well as his closet, save a pair of boxers and a set of clothes, similar to the ones he just wore. What the hell? Naruto nearly shouted. His clone turned to him shrugging. I can't find it. It's not here. Naruto groaned. This was not good. Check in the dresser in living room. It might be there, Naruto said. His clone perked up, before nodding. His doppelganger ran past him, as he moved to the bed. He dressed quickly, outfitted with basically everything he had before, except now he had a red robe on instead of white. He sighed, figuring he would have to clean up when he gets back. Walking out of his room, he found the clone at the door, his sandal and scroll in hand. Naruto smiled, this would make it much easier. He moved up to the clone, taking his sandals first and putting them on. We should still have enough time to beat her, his twin said, handing him the scroll. Naruto nodded, putting the scroll away. I'll take care of sealing the apartment. Naruto nodded, the shadow clone jutsu was so awesome. Now with everything set and planned for, Naruto left, hoping to get to the meeting spot before his friend. It took Naruto 9 minutes to reach his destination and boy he was happy. He had won. It took nearly 26 minutes to get here. Sure, he could have gotten here 5 minutes sooner, but why not enjoy the walk here? To get to Maya's house and back would take at least 35 using half of the time to pack. So he yet again had won there. What took you so long? Naruto's face turned pale. It wasn't possible. Maya-chan couldn't have beaten him here. Sure, she was quite the nimble feline, but she wasn't that fast. He must be imagining her voice. Yeah, that's it. It wouldn't be the first time. Are you okay? You look like you lost. She taunted. Okay, maybe not. Naruto sent out a pulse of chakra, finding his childhood friend leaning up against a tree, grinning like a cat that just got her toy. His right hand rose up, an accusing finger pointed at her chest. How in the hell did you get here before me? He tried hard not to call her a cheater. Maya chuckled. Naruto, I'm just faster than you. In all, actually, she never packed, she got Aya to do it for her. So she shaved off quite the amount of time with that. When her cousin popped up, she would retrieve the scroll with her stuff in it. Naruto frowned, sensing something amidst. Where's Aya-chan? She's still packing. We're most likely going to be alone for another half an hour, Maya said, leaning off the tree. So, what do you want to do? Naruto shrugged, not really sure what they should do. You come up with something, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. Okay, she cheered. The blonde barely had time to draw his katana, to block vertical strike aimed at his shoulder. Then some light sparring will do. She grunted, trying to push him off balance. It proved unfruitful, the boy seemingly stuck to the ground. Suddenly she was pushed back, Naruto leaping back to gain a little distance. That was a sucky warning, Naruto said. Ah, you blocked, Maya replied, smirking. She dashed at him, not allowing him to reply. Naruto seemed to predict such an action, backpedaled, preparing his sword to go on the defensive. Maya's attacks came in fast, leaving him no room for counters. The boy had to wonder if she had less weights on than him. Swiftly the blonde side stepped a horizontal slash. If he could see, he would have noticed a few strands of his hair floating from his head. But that was the least important thing to worry about. Naruto once again broke apart from her, hoping to get some room to regroup. Maya didn't give him much time to do that though, following right after. Spinning, the girl lashed out with a horizontal sweep. Naruto was lucky, ducking under it in time to avoid getting his hair cut. He rolled away carefully, avoiding cutting himself with his own weapon. Getting to his feet, Naruto turned to the girl, growling. Something was off here. "Hey, how are you moving so fast?" Maya blinked, wondering why he asked. "What do you mean?" "She just upped the weight to 30 yesterday. There is no way you are used to it," Naruto said. Maya's mouth dropped a little, her eyes widening in realization. "So that's why you're slower," Maya muttered. A grin appeared on her face. Anko didn't change her weight just yet. Somehow Naruto heard what she said. "Wait, do you still have the same 15 pounds per limb?" Sending out a pulse of chakra, he saw his answer in the form of a huge smirk. "Ah shit." Again the silver-haired girl dashed at him, her sword raised high above her head. Naruto stood, deciding to face her head-on. She came on him fast, bringing her sword downward toward the sucker. He wouldn't be able to stand to this. Though she was weaker than him physically, this one attack has proved time and time again to force the boy to his knees, and she was sure it would happen once more. Naruto turned his blade horizontally, generating as much chakra into his arms and hands as possible in this short amount of time. He pressed his left hand against the spine of the blade, pushing his blade out to intercept her longer sword. The moment her sword smashed against his arms gave way, the blade being pushed near his face. The low cracking sounds underneath him reached his ears, his arms shaking as he tried to hold back the sharp sword. Naruto gritted his teeth, concentrating his chakra into his arms. He would not fall, not again. After a moment, the pressure pushing down on him stopped and the boy sent a pulse of chakra out. He got the image of Maya's curious gaze before she leapt back. She landed, her blade resting on her shoulder. "Ah, so you stood up to that. Congrats." Though she praised him, her voice held a provoking undertone. "Why thank you," Naruto growled, righting himself. "No problem. I give praise when it's due," Maya replied, smiling. "Then praise me for this too," Naruto said, gathering chakra into the edge of his katana. The edge shimmered, the blonde putting his left hand on the hilt of the sword. His friend, sensing his chakra input increase. She did the same, channeling her energy into her blade. "You're going to cause a lot of commotion with that," Maya warned, though her grin betrayed her words. "Don't know what you mean," Naruto returned. The boy ran toward her, catching her by surprise. She lashed out first, stopping the blonde's assault with her quicker move. Though that didn't dishearten the boy, he continued to try and strike out at her. Maya, with the clear upper hand, only chose to play with the boy, allowing him to start attacks that he would never finish. Barely a minute passed when Naruto broke apart, leaping back more than 1 meter away. Maya grinned, guessing this was the time he would do it. She guessed right, watching him hop up, flipping in the air. Maya positioned her sword, ready to swing it horizontally. When Naruto came down, he swung his sword, the silver-haired girl picking that moment to strike. "Sanaku Eiku. Sanaku Shuha." The two shouts signaled their attacks, the air distorting in the wake of Maya's swing, while the ground ripped apart in Naruto's. The two invisible attacks collided in between the two, the wind being pushed away. The air pushed against the two, anything loose on them blowing back. The moment Naruto's feet touched the ground, the boy ducked down low, the wave of chakra passing over his head. Naruto's mouth twitched. The only reason he remained unharmed was he decided to use his chakra radar. The amount of chakra he used was severely lower than hers. The blonde was slightly irritated. "Really?" Naruto shouted, standing. "Really, Maya-chan? Were you trying to kill me?" The blonde extended his sword, the tip pointing at the girl. Maya raised her left, scratching her cheek, a nervous smile on her face. Well, you did dodge," Maya said, nervously. "By luck. If I didn't have my chakra radar, I would be headless." His angry shout was accompanied by a stomp of his foot. Maya's eyes narrowed, not too keen to being yelled at. "Hey, if you can't handle it, give up," Naruto jerked a little, his teeth grinding. Fine, he exclaimed, getting back into his stance. I'll beat an apology out of you. Then come on, Maya shouted. Aya sighed lowly, walking towards the meeting place. Today she was wearing a blue, short-sleeve blouse and green pants, a tan utility pouch attached to the back of her waist, in easy reach of her right hand. Tied to her left leg is a shuriken holster, along with bandages under it. Her katana was tied to her back by a leather strap and her forehead protector is on her forehead, the insignia covered by her hair. Another sigh left her mouth. The current situation was pressing on her mind. Sure, she was happy they finally got a serious mission and not a chore, but going out to wave kind of made her nervous. This would be the first time outside the village and she wanted it to go well. But it made her really anxious. Aya stopped the scent of burning wood entering her nostrils. Her nostrils flared, her eyes narrowing just a bit. She ran forward to investigate, hoping it wasn't what she thought it was. Running up, she first spotted her two teammates. They stood quite a distance from the gate, seemingly frozen solid. Sakura-san, Sasuke-san, she called. They didn't turn to acknowledge her. She slowed down, wondering what they were looking at that had them so entranced. Walking up to Sakura's side, the brunette spied what they were staring at. In an instant her mouth dropped, the visual imaginary assaulting her mind. Chunks of the earth were missing, large holes being left in the ground. The few trees that should have littered the area were either uprooted, cut in half or set ablaze, or a combination of the tree. Trace amount of blood could be seen, though the flames were more attention-seeking and drew people's eyes to it. Two swords stood in the center, seemingly abandoned by their owners. That's the way to do it, Maya-chan, she heard. She turned her head a bit, spotting the purple-haired woman known as Anko Mitarashi, sitting on a tree branch barely 4 meters away from her. A huge smile was on her face, her brown bag next to her. It seems that the two genin had missed a tree. Aya turned her head back to the field, seeing her cousin come down with a kick. A blonde blob of hair caught her attention, swaying viciously as it moved out of Maya's range. Naruto came around, throwing a roundhouse kick toward his teammate. The attack was blocked, Maya using her arms to stave off any damage to her face. A smirk was on her face as she pushed his leg back. Taking the small opening, the silver-haired girl lashed out, with a left hook, hitting her friend right in his side. Ka! Naruto let out, nearly crumbling to the ground. He recovered though, backing up a bit. Naru-chan, put more of your weight into your attacks, Anko ordered. Naruto nodded, coming back in. Throwing a feint with his left, which Maya fell for, the blonde took the opening, striking low at her right thigh. She gritted her teeth. That was the 5th strike to her leg, which stung quite a bit but nothing too bad. That didn't matter though. Maya would not back down from this. Wait, why were they fighting again? Oh well, no time to think of that now. The girl reacted, going for a high kick. The pain reduced her speed just enough for the blonde to duck under it. He punished her failed attack with 3 quick strikes to her side, and 1 to her arm. She leapt away, a feat which would remain a mystery to her, considering her position. Maya landed near the tree Anko was on, moving her arm forward before smashing her elbow into the bark. Sure, it hurt, but Naruto's attacks hurt more. The tree shook, Anko nearly losing her balance and falling. Hey, watch it! She shouted down, a mass of leaves dropping down. The back of it was blown outward as the leaves fell from the tree. She gathered chakra into her hands, swinging her arms in a wide arc above her. She collected quite a few leaves, concentrating her energy into them before launching them at the blonde. They flew fast, seemingly like shuriken in the air. Anko realized the danger almost immediately, and knowing her student, she knew he wouldn't try and dodge. Seeing her judgment was right, Naruto in position to throw a punch, the woman yelled out her warning. Idiot! Don't intercept! Dodge it! He heeded her advice, leaning over as they flew over him. One was lucky and cut a drop of sweat that flew from his cheek. Naruto leaned back, his mental image of her showing her approach. Her fist reeled back in preparation. Naruto let out a breath, rushing forward. He would match her fist with one of his. He would realize soon enough that this was a bad move. When Naruto reached her, the girl leapt up, giving Naruto a face fill of her panties. With her leg on his shoulders, her thighs squeezing his head, she leaned back quickly and forcefully. With Naruto's now ridge stance, He could not stop himself from being flipped into the air. But that wasn't it. Before he could even reach the apex of ascension, Maya had jumped after him, twisting her body. Naruto barely had time to get out of his stupor before kick after kick rained down on him, forcing his body into a spin. He wasn't really sure when he blacked out, but he did know he didn't feel the pain of hitting the ground. Maya landed, seconds after her blonde friend, breathing heavily. This was quite the battle. She stood up, her legs still stinging. After her body cooled, and the adrenaline left receded, she was sure her leg would hurt like a bitch. Naruto! Maya looked back, watching Aya run toward Naruto, who was face first on the ground. She slid to a stop at his side and knelt down. The silver-haired girl hummed, wondering when she came. Scratching her head, Maya slowly made her way over to them, a slight limp in her step. She watched her cousin turn Naruto over, tapping lightly on the face. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, she called, reverting to using honorifics. Answer me. Anko jumped down from her perch, taking her bag with her. Landing in a crouch, the snake woman stood, walking over to her downed student. That was a nice win, Maya-chan. So what's it up to now? She asked. Maya stopped a few feet from Naruto, trying to calm her breath. It's really high. Naruto's the one who keeps score. What are you two talking about? Aya shouted. He isn't not moving. Anko grinned, liking how concerned she was. That didn't stop her from teasing her. What's this? For you to yell at a ninja of higher position, you must be crushing on him hard. Aya's face lit up. There was no way this woman found out so fast. Sensei, stop playing around, Maya said. She hasn't seen our training regimen. There is no way she could know he's all right. Anko looked at Maya, nodding in understanding, though she figured she was just protecting her cousin's secret. Anyway, he'll be all right? Probably. Probably? Aya exclaimed. What do you mean probably? There is always the chance that he won't, Anko answered, grinning. But Naruto-chan is known to take worst, so it should be okay. The snake ninja knelt down, looking at his face. She moved her right hand over, wiping the blood from his nose and mouth. Naruto-chan, Anko called, leaning to his ear. Her next words were inaudible to everyone, even Aya, who was right next to her. Anko drew her head from him, a mischievous, yet animalistic look on her face. It slightly put Aya on edge. At that moment, Naruto sat up, his head turned to Anko. Are you serious? Anko grinned, rubbing his head. Yep, but later, she said. A huge bright smile appeared on Naruto's face. He just won the lottery. Know something better than the lottery. Naruto. Naruto turned his head a second before two arms wrapped around his neck. The scent of a certain flower entered his nostrils. Aya-chan? He said curiously. Aya broke apart, pushing him back a little to take a look at his body. Naruto, are you all right? She didn't damage you too much, did she? I asked. He's fine, Maya exclaimed, feeling like somehow she was in the wrong. He takes 3 times the amount of damage from her every day. She pointed at Anko, who smiled and waved, obviously proud of her accomplishment. So what? I shouted back. We are about to leave on a mission. What the hell are you doing fighting like that anyway? Aya's heated glare made her cousin take a step back, the thought of what made them fight lost on her. Why were we fighting? Naruto asked, scratching his head. Maya shrugged, at least they were both lost on that. You two don't even know why? Aya said, surprised. They both shook their heads, a nervous smile on their faces. Well, it's the usual, Anko said, standing. Stand up so I can take a look at you. Okay. Naruto began to stand, Aya moving with him just in case he needed help. His mouth twitched, his stomach being the source of his pain. He let out a low grunt, standing to his full height. Anko moved in, grabbing his leather strap before sliding it off. She placed it in his right hand before grabbing his robe. She pulled it apart and slid it down his arms. She looked at his torso, humming at the light discoloration around his side and middle of his stomach. He should have bruises, but knowing Naruto, he should be healed completely pretty soon. You'll be fine, Anko diagnosed. For emphasis, she smacked his side, where Maya punched not even 5 minutes ago. Naruto's mouth closed tight, his head back as he gritted his teeth. If his forehead protector wasn't over his eyes, there would be tears dripping down his face. Maya's eyes widened. Why would you do that? She threw a pretty hard right hook there. He should be hurting for a while. Anko waved her off. He's fine, she said, walking over to Maya. The purple-haired woman knelt down, grabbing Maya's right leg. The girl hissed, the pain surging up her thigh. You're going to have bruises, Anko said. She slid her hand up, touching her side. The girl flinched, trying to get away from her touch. But overall you'll be all right. Anko moved to smack her side. Can't show favorites now, could she? Ah! Maya screamed, gritting her teeth. That hurt. Hibi-sensei. Why are you causing us more pain? Naruto asked, slipping on his strap. Anko stood smiling brightly at the boy. Because... She paused, her eyes narrowed. You two were stupid enough to do this. Naruto turned to her, his mouth open. But you didn't stop us. Anko walked over to him and stopped right in front of him. She bent over, her hands on her waist. Well, Naruchan, she said cheerfully. Suddenly her hands were on his cheeks, pinching and pulling as some sort of punishment for talking back. She noticed Aya nearly lash out for it, but paid no mind. It is common sense not to injure your teammate before a mission. Bua Naruto let out, not daring to stop her. Okay, lesson learned. Never again will we do that, Maya said, her eyes twitching. Anko looked back at the girl, nodding. Good. Now grab your swords and get ready to depart, she said, releasing the blonde. Naruto rubbed his cheeks, mumbling as he walked away. What was that? I said, if my side didn't hurt, I would have groped those fine breasts of yours, Naruto answered. That's exactly what he mumbled. Anko blinked, chuckling a little. Even when being scolded, he still had a perverted comeback. Oh, how fun this job was. The two genin grabbed their respective swords, pulling it from the ground. So, where are Mr. One-Eye and the client? Naruto asked, sheathing his blade, a low grunt following his motion. Aya, can you pass me my sheath? It's near the tree, Maya asked. Aya nodded, turning and walking to grab the sheath. I don't know. He was supposed. Anko stopped, turning her head towards the other genin of Team 7. Sasuke seemed to be scowling, a light blush on his face, while Sakura was still shocked. But what drew her attention was the two men walking up, though there were more people around, seemingly attached to the noise her team made. Speak of the devil. Both Kakashi and the old man came to a stop, looking at the tattered area. Oh my, Kakashi said, raising his hand to his covered mouth. What the hell happened here? The old man shouted. Naruto turned to them, his chakra radar giving him the image of the man who just spoke. The man was tall, standing at a height of 5 feet 8 inches. His hair, which looked to be spiky, is a solid tone of gray. Dark eyes scanned the area, glasses that hooked around his ears, helping him to see. Or so Naruto assumed. The spectacles was low on his large nose. Hair covered over his lip, circling his lips to his chin in short beard. The old man was wearing a dark gray, V-neck, sleeveless shirt. And purple obi is tied around his waist, holding his shirt down around his large gut. A brown pair of pants covered his legs, going down to his ankles, and light tan sandals covered his feet. A large pack was tied to his back by ropes he hand over his arms. A sleeping bag or tent was rolled up on top of it. A white towel was over his shoulder, and to top it off, he had a round pointed hat on his head. Strange thing, he looked familiar. Naruto just didn't know from where. Sakura answered the question with a simple point of her finger. Tazuna caught it quickly, looking at Naruto and Maya, who he hasn't even met yet. Whoa, two small brats did all this, Tazuna said. He didn't notice how Maya and Naruto's ear twitched. I'm going to ignore what he just said, Maya said, Aya reaching her. She helped slide it on the blade for Maya, secretly placing the scroll that held Maya's things in her pouch. Maya noticed it, nodding with a smile. Anko clapped her hands, happy that they can get on their way and away from this mess. Somebody will clean it up. All right, now that everyone is here, we can be on our way, Naruto hummed, turning his head to her. A second later, everything clicked. Wait, 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 Naruto chanted, completely surprised. He's the client? He pointed at the man, hoping she would say no. Too bad she wouldn't give it. Yep, Anko said. He's our client. His name is Tazuna. Oh hell no, I'm not doing it. Naruto crossed his arms, taking a defiant stance. Anko perked up, blinking in disbelief. What? I don't protect men. It's against my code. Naruto said decisively. Wait, who did you think a bridge builder was anyway? A woman? Maya asked curiously. Well, yes, it was a possibility, Naruto said, turning to her. Naruto, you don't have a choice in the matter, Anko said with a stern glare. Things were getting serious. Naruto cheeks puffed out, his head turned away. I'm not doing it and you can't make me, Naruto said. Now Naruto, Aya said, trying to open him up. Not happening, Aya-chan. Naruto-san, Kakashi said, walking forward a bit. The mission has already been accepted. It can't be aborted. Naruto turned his head to him, humming. Nope, not working, he replied. Look, Naruto. That's fine, Tazuna interrupted. I don't need a short, stupid-looking kid protecting me anyway. Tazuna chose that moment to blink, but when his eyes were open, the point of a sharp blade was an inch from his face. His eyes widened, leaping back surprised. He noticed that the blade shook, the boy who was across the area now in front of him hold the blade. He noticed the man, Kakashi, was holding him back, from behind. It's not such a good idea to kill your client, Kakashi advised. Naruto's head tilted back, a low rumbling growl coming from his mouth. Oh shit, Maya exclaimed. Huh, Anko let out. Kakashi-sensei, move out the way, I warned loudly. Again Tazuna blinked, the cracking of the ground reached his ears, and a shout from his pink-haired protector, just as he opened his eyes. He saw the two who was now broke apart, both one edge. Kakashi was away from him, his one visible eye glaring at the boy, his right hand on his stomach. Naruto, on the other hand, was in a stance, his sword positioned to attack. A trail of cracked earth was between them, showing that the battle lines have been drawn. The old man had to wonder now, what did he just start? Naruto growled at the man, his body shaking uncontrollably. I'll give you one warning, Naruto forced out. Don't. Get behind me. Kakashi gazed at him, feeling a strange feeling overcome him. It was like he was being overwatched by something that was peering into his very essence. Naruto turned toward Tazuna, pointing his blade at the older man. Don't you ever call me stupid again, he said, failing to notice the long, shiny metal wire spiraling around him. Before he could sheath his blade, the line constricted, wrapping around Naruto tightly. The fuck? Then he was pulled off his feet. He landed on his side, being reeled in to the feet of his sensei. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anko exclaimed, grabbing his shirt once again, before lifting him up, clear off the ground. What's wrong with me? Naruto repeated as his feet dangled in the air. What's wrong with them? They aren't the ones who attacked first, Anko said, her voice quite lower than it was a second ago. They might as well have. Naruto returned his voice only for her to hear. I'm not good with insults. You get insulted all the time, Maya said. Naruto turned his head to her, realizing she was a lot closer than he thought. That may be, but you guys don't mean it and I know you guys. Whoop-de-doo, Anko said. And how does that explain you attacking a jounin? Naruto paused for a moment, thinking about his next words. Yeah, he wouldn't say what he really wanted. I don't like guys behind me, Naruto said. Anko narrowed her eyes, looking at Maya, who slightly looked away. You're going to apologize to them, Anko said. Naruto opened his mouth to speak but was silenced when Anko pulled his forward a bit more, their noses touching. This is not up for discussion. You're apologizing to both of them for your rash actions. Naruto bit his lip, but nodded in agreement. Good, Anko approved. She pushed him out before dropping him. He landed on his feet and the wire landed with him. She blinked, surprised. She did not do that. If I got out before, you would have hit me, Naruto muttered, as if reading her mind. So he's an escape artist. Nice. Naruto sheathed his blade, turning to face the two males. Taking a deep breath, Naruto opened his mouth, only to close it a second later. Okay, Naruto shouted, causing Aya, Sakura, and Tazuna to jump. Kakashi-san, Tazuna-san. Naruto inhaled. This was hard. I'm sorry. Naruto squeezed his mouth shut. He was going to explode. It's no. For you two being such magagaga, Naruto found himself being held back, his mouth being covered by two hands. Damn it, Naruto, Enko muttered. Kakashi actually found this funny. He's sorry for being such a hot head. Kakashi chuckled. It's all right, he's just cautious. Kakashi looked at Tazuna. His eye closed in his famous I smile. Right, Tazuna. Tazuna shook his head vigorously, figuring he would be better to just agree. Good. Now everything is straight, Enko said cheerfully. Let's go. Naruto finally got Enko's hands off him. Breathing out, he turned his head to her. I'm not doing it, he said, breaking away from her. Naruto. Come with me for a sec, Maya said, grabbing Naruto's arm. Whoa, wait. I'm making an important political statement, Naruto called. Everyone watched as Maya limped off, dragging Naruto with him. They ended up out of sight, everyone deciding to move up to Enko, who put her bag on her back. Sakura stopped next to Aya, leaning over to her. He's quite a baby, isn't he? Sakura whispered. Aya looked at her, narrowing her eyes. She looked forward, smiling a little. If I remember correctly, you were about to cry over Naruto's last escapade, Aya said. Sakura jerked, mouth twitching. She couldn't say anything about that, but that wouldn't stop her from getting angry. They didn't realize the teachers heard, and Enko was quite curious as to what he did. Now she wondered what they were talking about and how she would smack some sense into the boy. We should leave the dobe, Sasuke said, breaking his vow of silence. Everyone looked at him, Kakashi already dismissing what he said. We can't do that, Kakashi said. He's a comrade and part of our team for this mission, and we don't leave teammates behind. Humph, Sasuke let out, deciding to brood over this. After 3 minutes of waiting, the two genin walked out, or more specially, Naruto walked out with Maya riding piggyback. Her hands were on his shoulder, her back straight so her developing chest wasn't pressed against his back. His katana and her nodachi were on her back, the strap holding both weapons. A wide smile was on her face. Okay, we're ready. Enko raised an eyebrow. This was new. Works for me, Enko said. And so the group left the village, taking standard position. Naruto and Maya were behind the group, deciding not to have a repeat of early. Enko walked on Naruto's right, the boy being closer to the trees lining their path. Tazuna walked just ahead of them, his eyes glancing back at the blonde. He was still afraid, it seems. Kakashi was on his right, while the other members of his team were on Tazuna's left. They walked pretty silently, content not to make much noise. Naruto noticed 3 things with his chakra radar. The first, Sasuke kept glancing back. The second, Sakura seemed annoyed at something. And the third, Enko was about to ask something. So, why are you carrying her? Enko asked as predicted. Naruto turned his head, fixing his hold on her legs. Well, she said her leg hurt. Naruto muttered, his head down, dejected. Enko's eyes rose to Maya, who was smirking devilishly. Care to explain? Oh, I just asked. Naruto isn't the type to allow someone he hurt to worsen their injuries. Maya noticed she had the attention of the team ahead of them. Nua, Naruto let out. I'm only carrying you because you beat me. So? Maya replied. It's not like you would have said no anyway. Maya placed her elbows on his shoulder, her hands now on top of his head. Oh yeah, about that. Naruto growled. How dare you not lean against me? What kind of piggyback ride is this? Naruto shifted her again, noticing she had a grip on his hair now. You're supposed to be rubbing your breasts into my back. Enko laughed whilst Aya palming her forehead. Pervert, Sakura mumbled. Pervert, Naruto repeated. Sakura-chan, you wound me. I'm not a pervert. Sakura turned fully towards him, glaring. Yes, you are. Naruto tilted his head, or tried to, as he thought about it. A moment of realization came of him before he smiled. Are you still mad about what I did? Sakura flinched, a vein pulsing on her head. She remembered it too vividly to not be mad and embarrassed. Yeah, she's still mad, Aya answered for her. I hear about it every day. Aya-san, Sakura exclaimed. What did you do? Maya asked. I tied her up, Naruto replied casually. Enko stared at him, a smile growing on her face. Did you use what I taught you? The snake woman asked. You know it, he gloated. Awesome, Anko cheered, pumping her arm up. How did you tie her up? Maya asked, confused. You remember Suzume? He asked. Maya stared at him, remembering a particular scene. She didn't know why, but Suzume-sensei running in the room looking for Naruto with ropes wrapped around certain parts of her body was hilarious. Even funnier, she couldn't get them off. Huh? That was you. Kakashi let out his one eye wide. Naruto turned his head to the man, giving only a little nod. Kakashi looked ahead, his mouth open, though nobody could tell. Okay, everything that happened today, I'll forget solely because of that. Yet Kakashi happened upon her as she stormed to Irika's class. Somehow Naruto made her look like the sexiest woman in the world that day. Oh, Maya let out, shaking her head. And you did that to Sakura? Naruto nodded. Well, I added a bit. I tied her breasts to her crotch. Naruto said. She let out, loudly. Do you have to say that? Kakashi let out a low sigh. That goodness, they should only expect bandits. But Sakura-chan, your nipples were hard. It was obvious you were excited. Naruto pointed out. Sakura shook, her anger reaching an all-new high. Naruto, I think that's enough. She looks like she's about to explode. I said, grinning. Ah, all right. Naruto let out, displeased. Teasing her was so fun. Naruto-chan, I thought you were attracted to women who are more developed? Anko let out, grabbing her breast and giving them a squeeze. Sakura's eyes twitched just a bit. A woman's beauty is not based on her breast size, Hibi-chan. Naruto said, bouncing Maya lightly. Oh, Anko questioned, dropping her hands. Yeah, their butts have to be nice also. You almost impressed me, Naruto, Maya said, shaking her head. What? Would it have been better to lie? Naruto asked. This time, probably. Maya replied, her eyes going to Anko. So sensei, have you ever been to Wave? Anko frowned. Why did she have to shift it to business? It was getting fun. No, I never really had anything to do there. Yay, so the mystery of terrain is upon us. Naruto cheered. Nah, I'm informed about the terrain and I'm pretty sure Kakashi-san has been there once. Anko said. Yeah, I went there, but it was a long while ago. Kakashi agreed. Then are there ninja in Wave Country? I asked, slightly worried. Nope, they don't have any, Kakashi replied. With Wave being surrounded by water, they really don't need them. That sounds like a nice place for missing Nin to go, Naruto muttered. I hope they attack. The gleeful grin that appeared on his face mirrored that of his sensei's. Naruto, the best battle is a battle one doesn't need to fight, Maya said. Kakashi nodded at that, something he would expect the girl to say. Nicely said, Anko praised. Ah, but I want the cliché mission, Naruto whined. You know, short rich fat guy screwing things up and sending missing ninja and Ronin to fuck with us. Kakashi smiled, looking at the boy. I don't think that's going to happen. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're only going to encounter bandits if anything. But why would bandits attack a bridge builder? Looking at Anko, Maya hoped she would answer her question. Anko looked at her, eyebrow raised. Bandits would attack anybody who looks like they have something. Oh, plus they would attack a group with beautiful women too. Naruto chimed in. You're right about that, kid. Anko grinned, rubbing her right hand down her body. With someone as sexy as me here, we should be getting hounded. That's pretty conceited, Maya said. Both Aya and Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto, on the other hand, looked completely surprised. That means we should encounter hordes of bandits. They could practically hear the girlish squeal come from the boy's mouth. Maya-chan, Aya-chan, prepare for war. Maya almost laughed. Naruto was being Naruto, so she would join him. To war. Her shout rang out, the girl pumping her right arm up high. Anko didn't know why, but this was so fun. To war. Pumping her arm, the snake ninja joined her team, her gleeful shout drawing snickers from the other jounin. I had just watched them, wondering if she should join it wouldn't really hurt too. But truth be told, the idea of fighting a gang of bandits didn't really appeal to her. Maya turned her head to her sensei, her arm dropping as she thought about the situation. The princess wouldn't fight. Anko-sensei, you can't fight. You would be their objective, so you would have to be kept out of their range to avoid you being apprehended. A look of displeasure crossed Anko's face. Wah? That's not fun. She crossed her arms, humming before a great thought appeared on her face. I'll renounce that role for now, she said, and give it to Aya-chan. She shall be the princess. I looked back at her. The role wasn't really too bad. She could sit back and wait until they finished. But then again, it would mean she trained all these years for nothing. Oh! Sakura turned, waving her hand. I could be the princess. She blushed, glancing over to Sasuke. Maya looked at Sakura before her eyes came to her teacher. That's completely unfair. You can't just change your status midway. Aha! It was never stated that I couldn't. The snake ninja looked at Sakura, smiling. Besides, if Sakura-chan wants to be the princess, she should be able to. Sakura's face lit up, so she wasn't ignored. Maya glared. Since she wanted to be so stubborn, it was time to convince the one who started this to agree with her. Naruto, tell her she can't switch. Naruto mouthed opened. He really had no problem against it, but Maya was in better position to mess with him, unhindered. Well, Hibi-sensei. And this was how they passed the time. Talking, joking, and slightly playing. Everyone got in on it except Sasuke, who was doing his brooding thing, and Tazuna, who looked worried. Sakura tired not to enter it, but Naruto's influence was grand. Kakashi just happened to include himself in it. Naruto didn't really mind that much, only because he seemed to facilitate his perverted comebacks. It didn't seem like it to them, but 2 hours had passed since they started. The sun was still up, the time being around 4 o'clock. Not that anybody was really paying attention. It seemed like almost everyone was having fun. Tazuna, on the other hand, looked to be getting more and more worried about his protector's easygoing nature. Tazuna looked over at Kakashi, trying to ignore the playful banter of Naruto and Maya. With a single drop of sweat sliding down his tan skin, opened his mouth. Should you guys really be so relaxed? Kakashi looked at him and gave him a disarming smile. Don't worry. If anything comes up, we will get serious. Yeah, with me here, nothing will touch you, old man. Anko curled her arm for emphasis, but the thought crossed her mind of why he was so nervous. Tazuna looked at the purple-haired woman and gave a nervous smile. He looked ahead, pulling his hat down a bit. I wonder, will these guys be able to protect me? Oh yeah, Hibi-sensei, since we're going to a place with a lot of water. Will I get to see you skinny dipping again? Naruto asked, a cheeky grin on his face. Anko stared at him, humming. She realized that everyone was now paying attention, some more than others. Kakashi's one visible eye was wide, shock and disbelief gleaming in his black orb. He saw her naked? Anko smiled at her student, nodding her head. You might get a chance, but you will have to uncover your eyes first. Naruto's grin left his face, the boy turning his head forward. Anko's objective was now made completely clear. She wanted to see his eyes, but that wasn't an option, at least not yet. Maya laughed, tapping the covering. That's not going to work. He doesn't take this thing off for anything. A thought crossed her mind, and she began trying to untie his forehead protector. Oi! Naruto shook his head, trying to dislodge her hands from his fabric of the plaited bandana. Don't even think about it. I'll drop you. Her hands stopped, her eyes narrowed. She would call his bluff. No, you won't. I would. Maya smirked, deciding to test him. She reached to grab the not only for her teacher's voice to stop her. Don't do it, Maya-chan. This isn't the time to have Naru-chan run around like a chicken without a head. The silver-haired girl heeded her order, deciding to place her hands back on top of his blonde spikes. She could hear a light sigh from Naruto before something caught her attention. She started to glance around, hoping to figure out who was there. Not finding any source visible, the girl turned to her teacher. Anko-sensei, there is. She paused, looking down at Naruto. She could feel his left index finger tracing on her thigh. Don't say anything. You might alert them. Maya hummed, so there were 2 of them. Anko stared at her ward, wondering why she stopped. What is it, Maya-chan? Maya looked back at her, smiling. Oh, it's nothing. Her lie seemed to be accepted, her teacher going back to her earlier statement. So, Maya-chan, you think Naru-chan wouldn't take his forehead protector off to see me naked? Of course not. He only takes the thing off to read. Anko blinked at the girl, quite surprised. She thought he took it off at least in the house. Wait, did Maya say only to read? So he keeps it on in the bath? Then another question crossed her mind. Hold on. How would you know that? Because we talk a lot. Naruto interrupted. Enko looked at him before looking at Maya. The girl was looking down at her friend with a curious expression on her face. So that's not the reason. Did Maya peek on him in the bath or something? Through all this, Sakura found herself oddly confused. Wait. So you can see? I thought you were blind with some hideous scar over your eyes. Naruto opened his mouth, appalled at such an assumption. Of course I can see. Maya tapped his shoulders, signaling she wanted down. I could always see. But I do have a horrible disfigurement. Naruto released his hold on Maya's legs, allowing the girl to climb down. Are you feeling better now? Yeah. The older Natsume replied. I feel good enough to kick your ass again. Naruto turned his head to her, frowning. What kind of blasphemy are you speaking? It's not blasphemy. Maya returned a grin, rubbing her hands together. I hooped your ass a few hours ago as proof. We both know that you were just lucky. Aya turned to them, hoping to be the source that stops this before it goes too far. Please don't start another fight. Aya's soft voice seemed to not have reached them. I was not lucky. I'm just skilled, Maya said. Naruto tiled his head a bit, his mouth quirked. Oh, then it's not luck that you just so happened to jump up at that moment? Nope. Maya grinned, happy at her attack. So it's not luck that you so happened to be wearing my favorite pair of red panties? Everyone's heads dropped. Favorite pair of panties? How perverted is this guy, or better yet, what type of panties is she wearing? Nope. I put these on solely because of you. Maya nodded as if agreeing with herself. Everyone's head perked up. This was getting really weird. Explain, Naruto said, crossing his arms in disbelief. Okay, I planned on wearing this dress today. Maya started off, crossing her arms. And since we fight every day, I figured you would get to see my panties, and thus freeze you in your tracks. Naruto stopped, which caused everyone else to stop as well. His mouth was slightly ajar, his fingers tapping against his left bicep. All right, I'll give it to you, but only because of that explanation. Because we both know you're lying. Aha, sure, Maya replied, wondering what tipped him off. But that still doesn't change the fact that you were lucky, Naruto stated. Oh God, Maya let out, her arms dropping. I'm not lucky, I'm skilled. Now she was getting angry. How dare he deny her abilities? Not enough to beat me. Guys, Aya called again, hoping to catch their attention. Fine, you want a rematch? Maya glared, sneering at him. I'll kick your ass right here. Naruto slapped his chest. Bring it on. As if a sign, both genin began to throw a punch, only to be stopped by the jounin. Anko held Naruto's arm, keeping him from moving, while Kakashi held his teammates. Anko let out cheerfully. No fighting, you two. Kakashi spoke next, disappointed in their actions. This isn't a good time for combat. We are on a mission. She started it, Naruto said. An accusing finger pointed at his friend. No, you did. Maya glared harder. You should just accept the freaking lost. You got. No more of that, Anko said. Since you two have so much pent-up energy, I'll make sure to train you extra hard when we reach our destination. Both of the genin's attentions were brought to her, displeased with the thought. But Hibi-sensei, how would I get the chance to see you naked if you do that? Naruto asked. Maya's eyes snapped to him, narrowed in a glare once again. Why is everything something perverted with you? Just continue on. Anko pushed Naruto ahead, releasing his arm. Humph. Naruto released, walking ahead. Maya followed his lead, Kakashi releasing her as well. With a sigh from the group of genins, the two teams began walking once again. An awkward silence now filled the group, no one really wanting to break it. The two members of Team Anko, heads were turned away from each other, both frowning in discontent. Anko scratched her head, wondering how to fix this. Hey Maya-chan, Naruto called suddenly. Yeah, she asked. What color panties does Aya-chan have on? And thus the awkward silence was broken. Aya's face lit up, everyone looking at Naruto. You perv. That's not something you ask, Sakura shouted, though the boy didn't pay much attention to her. I don't know. Maya scratched her head, trying to remember if she saw them. I think blue. The brunette's eyes moved to her cousin. Maya! How dare she tell him such a thing? What? Maya said, confused. It's not like he hasn't seen all of them before. A gleeful smile appeared on his face, the boy turning to Maya. Oh, is it the cute blue ones? You know, the ones that have the little butterfly on the front. Before Maya could answer, Anko tapped him on the back of his head. Ow! Naruto grabbed his head, rubbing the now stinging area. It's not polite to ask your friend what kind of panties she has on, Anko said. Naruto frowned before grinning. Okay. What kind of you have on, Hibi-sensei? He emphasized the fact she was his teacher, hoping this would prompt her to spill the beans. Anko stared at him, everyone's eyes now on her. Wait, no. Don't say it. I'll find out later. With that, the older woman gave him a harder punch, altering his pace slightly. Naruto took it like a man, not making any noise, though that didn't stop Maya and Kakashi from laughing at him. Walking for 5 minutes, the group came across a puddle in the middle of the road. The genin of Team 7 walked past it, not really noticing it. Tazuna seemed not to care, drinking some water. Naruto and Maya passed it next, Maya glancing down at it. Naruto grabbed her hand, just as Anko and Kakashi passed it. Both jounin gave the puddle a good look as they continued on. Anko prepared herself for anything that could happen, though she found herself staring at something more interesting. Her 2 brats were holding hands. How cute! She had a feeling they were something. Wait, Naruto's thumb. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on how he moved his digit. He was spelling something out. To ninja. In the puddle. Anko thought, her eyes widening. She knew they had good senses, but this just brought it up. Did Naruto know how to sense chakra? The snake ninja focused, watching as Naruto continued. Let's see, genin? She glanced at Maya, who shook her head. Looking back down, she noticed Maya was writing something in Naruto's palm, but could not tell what she was communicating. Everything was cut off, the sounds of clothes flapping in the air. Within seconds, chains wrapped around the 2 jounin, pulling them together. What? What the hell? Came out, the first from Kakashi and the second from Anko. Everyone turned quickly, hearing their teachers' surprised voices. Ha! Aya and Sakura let out. Naruto kept silent, his chakra radar allowing him to see the 2 ninja. The first was on the right of Anko, standing at a height of 5 feet 8, though he was crouching a bit. Wild, dark brown, shoulder-length hair came down, framing his face. Dark eyes are constructed, his orbs containing his pure intent to kill this group. The man's clothing fit that of ninja group Naruto has never seen, though he only seen Konoha ninja in his life so far. On his face was a breathing apparatus, which covered the lower half of his face. A 2-horned forehead protector is on his forehead, with 4 lines in a diagonal slant. His hand held a large, sharp, clawed gauntlet on his left arm. There was a hole which came just under his palm, which had a chain coming out of it. Each link had a circle with 4 sharp pointy blades on it. The chain circled around the 2 jounin, heading over to the other man's clawed gauntlet. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals, and several pouches around his waist. The other man matched him in height, his hair being straight instead of wild like his comrade. His dark eyes stared out at his prey, ready to finish them off. Just like his companion, he had a breathing apparatus on, which covered the lower half of his face. Instead of having 2 horns on his forehead protector, he has only 1 large horn. A ragged cape covered his clothing, but his arm, which was raised, showed that he had similar clothes on. His large claw gauntlet was on his right arm. 2 down, they both muttered. They both tugged on their lines, ripping the 2 jounin apart. Kai-ah! Sakura shouted. Aya stood shocked, surprised they were taken out so easily. Sasuke began to draw some kunai, though he wouldn't have the chance to use it. Naruto reacted first, heading for the ninja on his left. Though he was aiming for a 1-on-1 confrontation, his course of action prompted the enemy's companion to attack as well. Naruto could feel the air rustle around him, the sound of metal scraping against the ground. They were going to wrap him as well. Fools. Maya came down, aiming carefully. The girl impaled the chain into the ground, stopping its snake-like action. She left the sword in the ground, heading for the other one. Both Mist Ninja tried to yank it free, only to find the genin was much faster than expected. Simultaneously, Maya and Naruto lashed out, the latter coming out with a roundhouse kick and the former with an uppercut. The blonde's target seemed to take the heavier blow, nearly falling back. Maya's target head jerked up, his body following his sudden momentum. They recovered fairly quickly, both flicking their hands, snapping their chain. The wild-haired man twisted his body, swinging his clawed hand at Naruto, only for the blonde to successfully dodge it, spinning around his left hand. With deft precision, the boy struck the back of his left knee. The man nearly dropped to his knee, no longer having the balance secured. This left Naruto with the opportunity to continue his attack. Grabbing his shoulders, Naruto forced him to lean to the left and into his rising knee. Naruto let out a low curse, his attack blocked by his opponent's arm. Knowing he was open, the blonde broke apart just as the ninja swung his arm. Realizing he would not get away unscathed, Naruto lifted his arm to take the attack. He hissed as the warm steel sliced into his left forearm, blood immediately flying from it. Escaping back, Naruto drew a kunai before dashing at him once more. This would be more exciting than he first thought. While this was going on, Maya did a good job at holding the man back. She found herself unable to hit him hard enough to actually cause some substantial damage. Punching that breathing apparatus hurt. She ducked under the claw, deciding to draw Naruto's katana. If she had to guess, it was poisoned. Maya lashed out, cutting her opponent's cape. She noticed a blood on his blade. She had hit. His eyes narrowed at the girl, finding her to be a little difficult than he figured. His eyes moved to Tazuna, the three genin around him, seemingly less experienced than the girl in front of him. Spinning around the girl, the ninja made a mad dash, closing in on Tazuna. Shit! Maya let out, chasing after him. Watching him come, Sasuke was the first to react, appearing in front of Tazuna. He took a step forward, meeting the incoming adversary, noticing Aya coming up at his side, sword drawn. Though it seems that such an action was unneeded. Kakashi appeared just in front of Maya, who slid to a stop, surprised at his sudden appearance. The man, who escaped from her, was now in his left arm, his neck against Kakashi's bicep. He looked at Maya as she glared at him. Disappointed, he took out her opponent. You guys did well, Kakashi said. Especially you, Maya-chan. Maya opened her mouth to reply to his praise, only for a loud, painful-sounding crack to rip out into the air, followed by a loud Hibi-sensei. Everyone turned, spotting the other adversity on the ground, with the purple-haired jounin on his back. She had his arm in her hand, his bone now visible. The two girls in Team 7 cringed, the sight being a little too much for them. Maya, on the other hand, frowned, so Naruto lost his target as well. Hibi-chan, I was going to take him out. Naruto waved his arms around frantically, clearly upset at her interference. It was just getting fun. You were taking too long, Naruto-chan. I couldn't wait, Enko said. It was barely a minute since I started, Naruto shouted. He failed to notice Enko's eyes on his arm, which was leaking profusely. Her eyes came to his face, wondering if he realized the fact. You know you're bleeding, right? Naruto stopped waving his arms, frowning. Yeah, so? His gauntlet has poison on it, Enko said casually. Naruto's mouth dropped a bit, a low-o leaving his mouth. Then he was off, running around like a chicken that lost his head. Ah, I'm poisoned. I'm gonna die, he screamed, his panicked voice hurting the ears of everyone in the immediate vicinity. Now, Naruto-kun, calm down. The poison is going to spread faster that way, Kakashi said. His calm suggestion didn't work too well. Oh no, it's spreading faster, Naruto shouted, running a bit faster. For a minute, everyone stared, watching as he ran like a madman, with no hope in the world. Maya shook out of her daze first, walking over to him. Without a word, the girl grabbed his arm, pulling him as she bent over. He was flung over her, landing on his back. Ufa! With Naruto now on the ground, Maya leaned back up, before staring at the blonde. Calm down, you idiot. You'll spread the poison faster with that much movement. Naruto sat up, his head turned to her. BB but Maya-chan. Naruto sobbed. No buts, Maya said, kneeling down. Now let's see how. She stared at his arm, noticing a vertical slash mark going over the two diagonal slashes. She blinked before looking at him. Is it bad?" he asked. Maya lashed out, smacking him upside his head. "You idiot. You already released the poison from your body," she exclaimed. Naruto grabbed his head, his mouth opened a bit. "Oh yeah," he exclaimed happily. "I did do it a moment after I was cut. Wow, I'm lucky." Everyone's head fell, except Anko, who noticed it before the girl came over to help. She found his reaction funny, but he had to know about it already. "Bandage him up, so he doesn't bleed to death," Anko ordered, picking the down man up as she stood. Maya nodded, going in her pouch. Kakashi turned, his eye glancing at his brunette ward as she passed him, moving towards Naruto. She was probably going to help with the bandages. From what he heard, Maya wasn't the best at it. He looked at Tazuna, his eye narrowed. "Tazuna-san," Kakashi called. The old man jumped, staring at Kakashi. "What is it?" he asked, his nervousness clear in his voice. Kakashi turned away from him, walking towards Anko. "We need to talk." The two jounin tied their captives to a tree, Anko making sure to mess with his arm. She grinned as he groaned painfully. Finished with their bindings, the purple-haired woman rubbed her hands together before lashing out, striking each one across the face. With a groan, both of them opened their eyes. "So, hidden Miss Chunin?" Maya looked at Anko, obviously seeking answers from her. "Yep, but you already knew that, huh?" Anko stared at her suspiciously, wondering how much of her skills she didn't know about. "But who are they?" I asked. "The Demon Brothers," Kakashi answered. "These types of shinobi are known to continue fighting no matter what." "How did you read our movements?" the wild-hair ninja asked. "Were you trying to hide?" Maya asked, confused, before anyone could speak. "I sensed why." Naruto punched her arm, stopping her cold, as everyone looked at her. She stared at him, rubbing her arm as Naruto smiled, taking a step forward. "What she means to say is that it's a sunny day and it hasn't rained in a while. It was easy to see that it was a trap." "See? Your eyes are covered, how did you?" "Your MOM, that's how," Naruto exclaimed, interrupted him. He panted heavily, standing tense at the ninja. How dare he ask him questions? Anko grabbed him and pulled the blonde's face to her chest. "Sorry about him. He's still upset he lost that bout," Anko said. Ignoring the fact that his head was in her bosom, the boy tilted his head up. "I didn't lose. You interfered." Naruto wind. "You took the most hits," Anko said, "and got poisoned." "That was Mawa." He was once again pressed into her chest, cutting off his sentence. "Anyway, that's how we knew you were there." Kakashi nodded in agreement with her. Tazuna, on the other hand, looked at them suspiciously. "Then why did you allow the brats to fight?" Anko felt Naruto try to break away, but she stopped that by placing her hand on his head. "If I wanted to, I could have killed both of them in an instant. However," Kakashi explained before looking at the older man, "we needed to know who these two were after." Tazuna stared, not sure what he was getting at. "What do you mean?" "In other words," Anko spoke, ignoring the waving hands of the boy in her chest. "Were you being targeted, or was it somebody from our group?" Anko glared at the man. "We were not informed that there would be shinobis after you." Sensei," Maya called, thinking the boy was being suffocated. She was promptly ignored. "Our mission is to protect you from thieves and gangs," Kakashi added, drawing his attention back to him. "This is a mission has just become B rank." The man missed how Maya and Blonde perked up. "Our job was to guard you until you completed the bridge." Sensei, Maya called again. SSH Anko let out, her eyes never leaving Tazuna. Maya shrugged. She would get something interesting soon. Tazuna stayed silent, his eyes looking at the ground. "If ninjas are our enemies, then it would be an expensive B rank mission. I'm sure you have your reasons, but it causes problems when you lie about the mission. We are now operating out of the boundaries of our mission." Kakashi finished. Tazuna remained quiet after hearing what Kakashi were saying. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura spoke, "we aren't ready for this mission. Let's quit. We'll need medicine for Naruto's wound. We should head back and take him to the doctor." Kakashi hummed, his eyes going to Anko. He opened his mouth to ask her something, but stopped, seeing her eyes widen like saucers. Her cheeks lit up, her eyes looking down, anger blazing in her brown orbs. Her right arm, which held Naruto's head to her, left him raising up high. A second later her fist came down fast, aiming to put the blonde in the ground. She missed the blonde, the boy escaping with a quick burst of speed. Naruto slid to a stop, ending up by Sasuke, inhaling deeply. "Oh my god," he huffed. "I thought I was gonna die." "You will when I get my hands on you." Anko's angry shout was accompanied by a raised arm shaking with righteous fury. "I was suffocating," Naruto shouted back. "That and your nice, round behind was tempting me." This only caused her mouth to twitch. She was going to explode. "Anyway, don't use me as an excuse to back out of this." As he said that, Blonde pointed at Sakura. "What are you talking about?" Sakura shouted. "We aren't ready for this." "Fuck that. I've been waiting a fucking month for a mission. And then I found out I have to protect him." Naruto pointed at Tazuna, which he believed was the source of his misfortune. "I said no, but I was still forced to come. This has just gotten interesting, so even if all of you leave, I'm continuing this mission." After he finished that sentence, Anko's fist came down on him, slamming him into the dirt. "Arg!" the boy let out, his face hitting the ground. Aya's eyes went wide at the woman's use of violence. Naruto. She moved to stop her, but Maya was faster, grabbing her shoulders and turning her to Kakashi. "Trust me, you're not going to be able to stop this." Maya turned her gaze to the one-eyed man, taking a deep breath. "Since Anko-sensei is busy, I'll speak on her behalf." Looking at Tazuna and then the Chunin that were tied up, the girl hummed. Her eyes came back to Kakashi, thinking about everything that had happened. Normally it would be against regulation to actually continue this, not to mention irresponsible. Maya looked at Tazuna. Since he already lied once, it would be foolish to assume that he wouldn't lie again. "So, you think we should return as well?" Kakashi said. Maya hummed, shaking her head. "I don't think so, at least not in this case." This perked everyone up, especially Tazuna. "But Naruto's injured, and we aren't prepared for this," Sakura pleaded. Maya looked at her, frowning at her cowardice. "Naruto will be fine, and what better way to get prepared than to experience it? There will always be missions where one has been misinformed. It is our duty to adapt to such situations." Maya looked back at Kakashi, noticing the man was nodding. "Besides that, I find both you and Anko-sensei to be capable jounin. I believe you can take care of anything that comes that we cannot handle." Kakashi nodded at her explanation, slightly elated at her praise. For training his students, this would be valuable. He was completely right about this girl. He was sure she would go far. "Nicely said, but too wordy." Everyone turned to Anko, who was now standing, not even 2 feet away from them. "I see you are done beating on Naruto," Maya observed with narrowed eyes. "Yeah. I stopped early to hear what you would say," Anko said, shrugging. "But I agree. We aren't leaving this alone. After all, I'm finding interesting things every few minutes." Maya glanced at Naruto, who was sitting up, looking amazingly unharmed. He did have a twitch in his mouth, though. She watched her friend stand up, wiping the dirt off his clothing. Her eyes came back to her sensei as she crossed her arms. She looked at Kakashi, who seemed to still be deliberating it. "If anything, we can escort him back while you are thinking. If you find it to be unreasonable, we can depart after getting him home." She looked at Tazuna, eyeing him. "And I get the feeling that the reason he posed the mission like this was because he didn't have the money." "Even better," Anko said. "Shall we get going?" Kakashi had nothing to say to refute it, so he nodded. If this mission goes wrong, they will come back. But he will have to probe Tazuna for information later on. "All right, let's continue on. We'll catch up with you," Anko said, grabbing Maya's shoulder before she could move. Kakashi looked at her before nodding, understanding her motive. Tazuna and Team 7 began to travel on, only 2 glances from Aya and strangely Sasuke. After a few minutes, they were far enough away from the 3 had to strain their eyes to see them, though they didn't try. With that, the purple-haired turned to her 2 captives. "So, how would you 2 like to do this the easy way and tell us who you're working with?" They chuckled darkly, the one with the broken arm staring her in her eyes. "How about you suck my dick?" "Heh, yours a..." Her hair swayed roughly, something passing by her fairly quickly. She caught sight of Blonde before the sound of flesh smashing into something hard. Her eyes widened at the sudden moment. The man who spoke stared at the blind blonde, his fist only a few centimeters away from his eye, against the hard cracked wood of the tree. The boy was growling lowly, his canines showing. Watch what you say or the broken arm won't be the only thing unusable, Naruto growled. Before anything else can be said, the boy was pulled back by his silver-haired companion. Naruto, relax, Maya whispered in his ear. He only gave a nod, missing her curious stare. Yeah, Enko said, sweating a bit. That was somewhat unexpected. How would you two like a first-hand course in the art of interrogation and torture? She stared at her two wards waiting for their answer. This brought both of their eyes to the snake ninja. Interrogation? Naruto asked. Enko nodded, grinning mischievously. Maya looked from her to the Chunin. Do we have time? Of course, there is always time for interrogation. All that matters is at what speed you get the info, Enko said. And this will be a quick lesson. On other missions I will teach you a lot more. Maya shrugged, deciding to just go for it. Okay, I'm up for it. Okay. Naruto agreed nervously. Anko's grin nearly split her face. It was nearly 10 minutes since the team left Anko's, and Aya was the only one who seemed to worry about what was going on. Her eyes shifted to her teacher, who was walking slightly ahead of her. Kakashi-sensei, that woman, Mitarashi-san, what does she plan to do? Kakashi looked at her. Well, she's going to interrogate them. Interrogate them? Sakura asked. Is she a pro at it? Kakashi fixed his bag a bit, looking at Sakura. Somewhat. She's not the best, but she's pretty high up there. She sometimes fills in for our interrogation/torture specialist back in Konoha, though a bit bloodthirsty. Do you think that will interfere in her duties as their teacher? I asked. Kakashi blinked. Was she worried about her cousin? No, it won't. I think she will do fine. How far will we go without them? Sakura asked. Well, we'll stop in a little bit. We'll make sure not to go so far, Kakashi said. With that said, the group continued on, once again becoming silent. Took a few minutes for Sasuke to look at Aya, his curiosity piqued. Aya, Maya-san's strength lies within her sword, right? Sasuke asked. Aya looked at him blinking. This was like the 4th or 5th time he spoke today. She's more balanced than anything. Why do you ask? I said, curious about his motives. His hands found their way into his pockets, his eyes staring forward. After a moment, Aya realized she wouldn't be getting an answer from him. Naruto-san is balanced as well? Kakashi chimed in. Aya looked at her teacher, wondering what everyone's fascination with the other team was. Yeah, for the most part. But if I had to say he's more versed in kenjutsu, Aya replied, her mind going over all the times she saw him fight. And he's familiar with your clan's abilities and skills? Kakashi continued. It seems he wanted to know just how strong the boy was. Well, somewhat. Aya nervously rubbed her arm, wondering if she should say much more. Really? Sakura interjected. I thought your clan was supposed. She stopped. Aya's eyes glazed, the girl watching her. Sorry? Don't worry about it, Aya muttered. After what seemed like hours, Anko walked up with her arms behind her head. The jacket was open slightly, but her breast still remained mostly covered. Everyone noticed instantly the absence of her 2 charges. Yo, Kakashi greeted. Where's your team? Oh, they're washing off. It kinda got bloody, Anko answered, frowning. Got any good information? He asked. Anko shook her head, letting her arms drop seconds later. I managed to get out that they are working with the demon of the mist, Anko said. But then Naruchan broke his jaw. This brought a curious stare for Kakashi. I'm guessing he didn't take to interrogation too well. Nope. He took to it like a moth to a flame, Anko said. He just needs to control himself better. Kakashi nodded, wondering about her other student. And how did Maya-san take to it? Anko leaned up against the tree with a slight frown. She didn't want to watch after a few minutes. That's not too surprising, Kakashi muttered. It is a little, Anko said, considering her past and her interaction with Naruchan. I figured she was a sadist. She's not a sadist, I chimed in. Both Jounin looked at her. Anko smiled, so she defends her cousin also. I wonder about that. Anko looked up, thinking about the last month. Naruto has groped her a little over 100 times during training, which deserves a beating. At her recount of the number of times she's been fondled, everyone's head nearly dropped. Well, except for Aya, who heard this already. Other than that, she challenges him to fights to where she dishes out some good amount of damage to him. She always has this satisfied smile on her face afterward. Aya stared, not really able to counter that. She had wondered a little bit herself, but never asked about it. That's because they are rivals and she likes to win. Aya defended. Anko laughed. A little too much. They are rivals? Sakura interjected before anything else could be said. All three of them looked at her, Aya nodding her head. It's what their relationship has been based on since they met, Aya said. How did they meet anyway? Sakura asked. The brunette opened her mouth to answer, only to stop, with the two voices of the missing genin reached her ears. I'm telling you, Maya-chan, it's going to be awesome when this jounin shows up. With a nickname like the Demon of the Mist, he is sure to put up a nice challenge. Everyone turned their heads, looking down the path Anko came from, seeing the two walking leisurely toward them. Naruto, we aren't going to fight him. Anko-sensei or Kakashi-san will handle him, Maya said. I'm pretty sure I can convince Hibi-chan to give me a shot at him. Naruto threw his fist up, throwing a few jabs ahead of him. Maya rolled her eyes. He was getting excited for nothing. Naruto, we barely beat Anko-sensei and she wasn't trying to kill us. How do you expect to handle this guy? With my brains and dazzling skills. Naruto gloated. Then they stopped, finally being in the presence of everyone. Aya quickly noticed how clean they were, the bandage around Naruto's arm missing. His wounds already healed up. It was something she was envious of. His head turned to her and in seconds his arms were around her. Did you see that, Aya-chan? Naruto exclaimed, surprising her by his sudden action. I was so great. That Chunin didn't stand a chance. While he spoke, he moved her around, sending her into a waltz-like dance. Whoa! Aya let out, getting spun around. His arms left her, his body turning. She rotated a few more times before she stopped herself, watching as Naruto punched the air once again. I was like, bam! The blonde exclaimed, kneeing the air. And he blocked that one, Anko pointed out, and delivered a nice slash to your arm. She looked at his arm, the wound that should be there missing. Hey! Naruto let out, turning to the woman. He got lucky. Naruto turned back to Aya, ready to continue their dance. Too bad Maya didn't think it was appropriate. She held her long sword out between them, stopping her friend without a word. Enough dancing, she said. Naruto turned his head to her, grinning knowingly. She was jealous. Aya gave her a slightly glare. It was kind of nice. Now, are we continuing on? Maya asked. Kakashi nodded. We have a few more hours of light. We should make the best use of it. With that, the group was once again on their way. The journey from this point on was pretty uneventful, the occasional bricking between Naruto and Maya being the highlight of entertainment. But as fun as it was, soon the group had to stop, the light of the sun no longer illuminating their path. The moon replaced the sun as the group stopped at a small clearing. Trees and bushes gave the area a little shroud, making it as good of place as any to rest at. This place is good, Anko said, stretching her arms out. Kakashi nodded as well, watching as everyone walked out. Tazuna took a place on the right of the clearing, being too close to the trees. Sasuke merely walked over to the left of Tazuna, resting his bag a meter away from the center of the clearing. Sakura wasn't too far off from him, which wasn't too surprising. Naruto moved to the other side of Kakashi, leaning up against a tree. Maya and Aya gravitated toward him, Maya as a buffer in case Naruto tried anything, and Aya for company if anything. As everyone with bags began placing them on the ground, ready to go through them for any rations they brought, Naruto stepped forward, heading for Tazuna. Hey, old man, Naruto called, stopping a few feet from him. Tazuna jumped, the incident that happened earlier still fresh on his mind. His eyes came to the boy, slightly wary of him. What is it? He answered, standing straight. Naruto pointed at the man, a smile on his face. Since I've decided to protect you, I need to know exactly who would hire ninja to kill you. Tazuna blinked. Was this kid serious? Come on, come on. I don't have all the time in the world. His impatience was greeted with a hand around his shoulders. He turned his head, his body being leaned to his right. Naruto, you can't rush things like this. Oh, so it was Maya-chan. You have to be smooth. He's probably still nervous about you from earlier. So what should I do? Naruto whispered back. Okay, I'll tell you what to say. Naruto nodded, clearing his throat. All right, start off with saying that under these circumstances, in order for us to safeguard you with the best of our capabilities, we will need all information that you possess. Maya whispered, her soft breath causing her friend to shiver. Naruto began to open his mouth to repeat such lines, when he was pulled over to his left, a puff of breath alerting him to someone else being by his ear. No, no, no. That's too easy to reject. You got to be forceful. Now repeat after me. Bitch, what aren't you telling us? This one was Anko. That'll never get him to talk. Maya retorted, glaring at the purple-haired woman. Again his silver-haired companion pulled him over, her lips next to his ear. Naruto, say, this information will grant us enough time to prepare ways to protect you. Ha! Anko laughed, looking at the girl with a mischievous grin. Like that will work. He lied once, he might lie again. She pulled Naruto back over, almost taking him off his feet. Say, I'll beat you into a bloody fucking pulp and stick my sword up your ass, if you don't tell us everything now. Naruto cheeks puffed out. It was like he had an angel and devil whispering in his ears. Bad thing about it was they were doing a horrible job at keeping it low. He sent out a few pulses of chakra and from what he was receiving, he could tell everyone heard them. Tazuna-san, they are right, Aya said, stepping in. If we are to get you safely home, we should know exactly who is targeting you. It will allow us to access the resources that might be used to kill you. Everyone stared at Aya, surprised she stepped in like that. Nicely said, Aya, Maya said, giving her a thumb up. Sweating just a bit, Tazuna pulled his hat down. The man, who is after me, is a super dangerous guy, Tazuna said. Naruto nearly leapt forward with excitement. Super dangerous? Oh yeah, there was gonna be some action. Super dangerous? Kakashi repeated. He briefly noticed this put his pink-haired student on edge. You properly heard his name before, Tazuna continued. Who? A chorus of Team Anko, Kakashi, and Aya rang out. It seems everyone was a little bit anxious. The wealthy shipping magnate, Tazuna said, shifting. A man named Gatu. Kakashi and Anko's eyes widen, not expecting such. Wait, what? Naruto let out first, his body slightly tense. When you say Gatu, you mean as in Gatu from Gatu Shipping Corporation, the man rumored to be one of the world's richest men? This drew everyone's eyes to him. The short, fat man, who wears sunglasses for no reason and has his hair spiked a bit, and wears a suit? Now everyone stared at him, slightly unnerved that he knew that. Naruto, how do you know of him? Maya asked. Naruto turned his head to her, opening his mouth a little. He closed it a second later thinking of what to say. I came across an ad of his in a porn mag a few days ago, Naruto answered. Too bad everyone knows he wouldn't be a porn mag. Why, you described him perfectly, Tazuna said, eyeing the boy. Maybe he wasn't as stupid as he thought. I don't understand, Sakura said, rubbing her chin. Why would he send ninja to kill you? Well, for starters, his occupation, Naruto said. What do you mean? Maya said, giving the boy a little space. He's only runs a large shipping company, right? Tazuna opened his mouth to speak once more, but Naruto beat him to it. No, Naruto muttered. In front of everyone's eyes, yeah, he has a large shipping company. But that's only a way to explain how he's got so much money. Naruto rubbed his head. But the man is as corrupt as they come. He makes quite a lot of his vast fortune from his dealing in the underworld. So you're saying he sells drugs and illegal items? Sasuke said, quite intrigued by all this. Yeah, Naruto answered absent-mindedly. He also uses ninja, ronin, gangs, bandits, really anybody who can be swayed with a few bucks to muscle in and take over businesses. Naruto turned his head to Tazuna, a frown on his face. And it's easy to tell why you lied about this mission now. Humming, Maya looked at Tazuna. If everything Naruto just said is true, it could be assumed that he has taken over the shipping industry, and that would put strain on the economy, especially to a place that relies heavily on water-based transport. If all this is true, then the man would have little to fear. Sakura's eyes lit up, except the completion of the bridge. Yeah, the bridge would decrease the reliance on the water shipping, thus reducing his hold on everything. Naruto said. Tazuna stared at the boy, a few questions coming to his mind. Have you been to Wave this past year? Nope, Naruto replied simply. Seeing as your country is now super poor, you could not even hope to afford a B-rank mission, let alone an A-ranked one to simply assassinate the man. This again brought everyone's eyes to Naruto. Tazuna's eyes went to each of the ninja, before landing on Kakashi, who he believed was the leader. Well, if you quit the mission, I will definitely be killed, he said, drawing everyone's attention to him. But don't worry about it. If I die, my cute 10-year-old grandson will just cry for a few days. Oh yeah, and my daughter will live sad hating the Leaf Village forever, Tazuna exclaimed, in a mock uncaring manner. Everyone in Team 7 stared at him blankly, unbelieving of that he used such a tactic. Maya joined them on with such a look. Anko, on the other hand, merely stared at him. Naruto scratched his head, turning around. Pathetic, he muttered, walking back over to his original spot. He turned around and leaned against it, crossing his arms. He ignored all else, his mind being focusing on the situation he found himself in. At least he now knew why this man looked familiar. Truth be told, this was not something he was expecting so soon. And there are a few differences. Oh well, how to handle this now? Now if everything flowed like he knew it would, then this demon of the mist is a swordsman, a strong one. His water jutsu should be easy to deal with, but if Kakashi gets captured, things will go haywire. But if he didn't, the blonde wouldn't have the chance to fight the man. What to do? What to do? Because of Naruto's current state, he didn't notice Maya calling him. He also didn't notice Anko walk up to him. Her hands, which were actually quite soft, grabbed his cheeks, pulling them. Odd thing was he didn't notice this at all. Sensei, I think you should stop, Maya advised. Anko turned her gaze to her other student. I would if he wasn't ignoring me. She did not like being ignored. He's not ignoring you, he's just deep in thought. He does this every once in a while, I said, trying to defend her friend. Anko pinched his cheeks harder, looking over at the girl. That doesn't matter. When I call, he is to answer. That's the rule of this whole student-teacher thing. I don't think that's how it works, Kakashi said, rubbing his head. Anko's narrow eyes turned to the man. Stay out of this one eye. If she had a hand free, she would have shook her at threateningly. Kakashi immediately back off, his hands raised nervously. Maya stared, knowing Naruto's habit would soon kick in. Sensei, I don't think you should continue this, Maya warned. And why shouldn't I? She said, releasing his cheeks. It wasn't working as well as she hoped. Because he'll throw you, I warned. Anko looked at her, blinking. Throw me? Yeah, he got into a habit of throwing people who interrupt his thinking. In that manner, Maya said. Anko stared at her, disbelief on her face. Tsh, Naruchan can't throw me, Anko said, mocking the absurdity of it. Maya stared. He'll do it. Anko continued to stare at her for a moment before her eyes moved to the blonde. She raised her fist up high, looking back at Maya. Hey, my job is done. Maya raised her arms, as in a sign to say, my hands are officially off this now. Anko looked back at Naruto, aiming perfectly before bringing her fist down like a hammer. A second later, she was promptly thrown. Ofa, landing on her back, the woman stared, shocked. Damn it, Maya-chan. Stop interrupting my thinking, Naruto shouted out, pointing at Maya-chan. Everyone stared at him for a moment, shocked for two reasons. One, he just threw a jounin, and second, because he just called his sensei Maya, which was a first. He never made such a mistake as to call anyone else Maya. Maya grinned, not really caring about such a mistake. After all, she was usually the one to do it, she just hardly ever got thrown. The older Natsume patted his head, drawing his attention to her. It wasn't me, Naruto. Naruto paused for a moment, his mouth dropping. If I didn't throw you, Naruto started, turning his head forward. Who did? A pulse later, he found his answer. Wow. I'm not sure how to react to this. What do you mean? Aya asked, as the purple-haired woman stood. Well, usually I should display some amount of fear at the retribution that would ultimately come my way, but somehow I feel like she. Naruto stopped, turning his head to Maya. You did warn her, right? Maya nodded, looking at her teacher. Yep. Yeah. So she walked into it. Naruto hummed, crossing his arms. Should I apologize? Nah. Enko let out. Naruto felt her arm wrap around his should, the woman's weight being pressed on him. That was pretty good. I didn't think you would be able to successfully throw me, shorty. Naruto pouted. He wasn't short. Now, about the question I had for you, she said, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mischief. Where's your bag? Naruto hummed, digging in his pouch. I sealed it into this scroll. Naruto replied, drawing out said item. Enko shook her head. She looked at Maya and Aya. I'm guessing it's the same for you too? The Jounin asked. They both nodded. Do you have anything you need out of it? Yeah, Aya answered. I think so, Naruto said. Then you should take what you need for the night out, Enko said, smiling widely. Alrii Ayat. Naruto screamed, being picked off the ground and thrown to the other side of the clearing. Ofa. That'll teach him for throwing his incredible strong and sexy teacher. Maya stared off at Naruto, the boy sliding down the tree. Her eyes came towards her sensei, narrowed into a glare. The girl was clearly vexed at her teacher's use of unnecessary violence. After all, she was warned 4 times. She only had herself to blame for being thrown. She looked back over at her friend, deciding to hold her tongue for now. Maya spotted her cousin, who was at the blonde's side. With an extended hand, the brunette helped assisted Naruto in standing. From what she could see, the whiskered genin was completely unscathed, which was good. Now she could focus on her taking out her stuff. Maya looked through her purple bag, slightly frowning. She had enough clothes and weaponry, but her sleeping bag wasn't here. She thought her cousin might have packed it in a scroll and put it in, but she didn't. Oh well, it's not like she could say anything now. Naruto would definitely find out how she got there so fast. And that was not something she would allow, not even if her life was at stake. Wow, you brought the tent, Naruto exclaimed. Maya looked over to them, watching Aya roll a scroll on the ground, both of their bags in front of them. Yep, I figured I can use it in case of rain or for changing, Aya said, her eyes boring into Naruto's metal plate. Ah, don't worry, Naruto said with a disarming smile. This only made her worry more. This tent won't stop me from peeking. Aya's head dropped. Of course he would say something like this. But you know it wouldn't be tactically effective to use it now. I know, Aya said, leaning over to the boy. But I don't really like bugs. Naruto nearly laughed. This is the first time he heard of it, although there have been signs. Like that time with Shino, funny. It's not funny, Aya said, embarrassment reaching her cheeks. It kind of is, Naruto muttered. But it's all right. Everyone has something they don't like. The blonde leaned over to her ear, cupping his mouth. Keep this a secret, but I'm not really fond of males. Aya snorted, pushing him lightly. Shut up, she laughed. Everyone knows that already. Well, Tazuna don't, Naruto corrected with a smile. I'm pretty sure he picked up on it by now, Aya said. I don't know. I've been really mellow today, Naruto said. That's because I threatened you, Maya said, sitting by his side. Yeah, that too, Naruto said, scratching his head. Why did you do that? I asked. Maya gave her a knowing look, pressing her hand on the scroll. Because he wouldn't have come along if I didn't, Maya answered, channeling chakra into the scroll. The girl watched as a large plume of smoke exploded outward, drawing everyone's attention. As the smoke faded, a large, forest-camouflaged, family-sized tent was publicized. It was wide enough to hold the whole group. That's huge, Sakura let out, surprised at the size of it. It must have cost quite a bit. Naruto tilted his head back, grinning. Yep, it is, Naruto said. Aya-chan, Kakashi said, walking up. He noticed Naruto fidget, his hand reaching for his sword. He stopped, paying close attention to the boy. I don't think you will need that tent tonight. The Natsume cousins looked back at him, frowning. I'll have to disagree with you there, Maya said. Kakashi let out. Naruto grinned, ready to hear Maya's expert reasoning. For one, I'm not sure of anybody's except Aya's and Naruto's sleeping habits, so I don't know what any of you will do once we fall asleep, Maya explained. No offense, but I've heard you read the book known as Itchy Itchy Paradise, and because of that you have been labeled as a pervert. And we deal with the antics of one pervert on a daily basis to know what one would do. Hey! Naruto let out, clearly offended by her statement. Now this tent is perfectly stable for any interaction. There is no weapon that could pierce it. It renders all ninja chakra insensible to outside ninja. Maya explained, ignoring her friend. Not even the famed Byakugan can see through it. And this was tested numerous times. Bye. Enko asked. This tent was sounding really wonderful. Hinata Hyuga, I answered. Both Jounin nodded, knowing the girls named, mainly because of the blonde hair fellow in between the two girls. Though no one seemed to notice the sudden jerk from the boy, if they did, they paid it no mind. Not to mention, there is an array of seals placed on it, Maya added. What kind of seals? Kakashi asked. His interest piqued. He knew a few seals himself and would not drop a chance to learn more. There is an alarm seal on it. Anyone with the direct intent to kill or destroy this will alert those inside. The second seal is a protection seal, one that has a very unique effect of reflecting any ninjutsu back at its user. Maya explained, her prideful feeling showing on her face. From what I know, there are 2 more seals on it, but I don't know about them. Why not? Sakura asked. Because Naruto won't tell me, Maya said. Now everyone needed a moment to absorb what she said. And when they did, they all looked at Naruto, complete disbelief showing on their faces. Naruto-chan made the seals? Enko asked, skeptic of the boy. All 3 of them nodded and Enko stared for a minute. After that minute passed, she shrugged, remembering a few times his seals had saved him, especially that one on his apartment. It was at this time that the Uchiha of the group graced everyone with his expert opinion about this subject. They probably don't work, Sasuke voiced out. After all, seals are very intricate, taking years upon years of study to master to such a degree to be used as such. If he hasn't done it, then there is no way in hell Naruto, a nobody who barely skated through the classes, could. It was just an improbability. Nobody missed the dark, twisted smirk that came across Naruto's face. Then try using your grand fireball jutsu on it, Naruto said. It would sure put my epic seals to the test. Only an idiot would do such a thing, Sasuke said, shaking his head at the boy's stupidity. Especially in our current situation. Everyone found that it was the correct thing to assume. They knew of the terrain, but it would not help if their enemies knew of their location. Too bad the blonde didn't see it like that at all. That sounds like you're too much of a pussy to test it out, Naruto said, standing. Sasuke's eye twitched, a tick appearing on his forehead. How dare this idiot insult him? But since you don't want to, I'll show you. Whoa, wait! Maya's shout came too late, the blonde swordsman drawing his blade and swinging it with neck-breaking speed. After what the Jounin counted as 10 slashes, the boy sheathed his katana, a haughty grin on his face. Everyone could see the tent, glowing with a blue seal that covered all of it. A moment later, it disappeared. This is the protection seal. As Maya-chan stated, this will stop all objects from piercing through it and reflect any type of ninjutsu back at its sender. What she forgot to mention is that physical attacks strengthen the material of the tent as well as the seal. Naruto picked up a rock, tossing it up in the air. Secondly, Naruto stated before tossing the rock. Everyone watched the jagged rock hit the tent, activating the seal once more, but this time with a red glow. It doesn't just work. Naruto ended his sentence, tilting his head to the side. The rock passed him in the next instant, brushing his hair back on passing. Sasuke ducked, just barely dodging the rock. His eyes, as well as the others' eyes, watched the rock penetrate a tree almost as well as a certain Jounin's lightning jutsu. On ninjutsu, it works on any type of projectiles, but there is a small waiting interval before the attack rebounds. For ninjutsu, it is absorbed before being shot out. All in all, I would have to say the interval is about 2 seconds. Naruto turned to Sasuke, his prideful grin changing to an arrogant smile. So team, whose seals don't work? He asked, his voice dripping with conceit. The Uchiha merely stared at the boy, wondering if that rock was aimed at him on purpose. He was about to remark on the seals once again, only for his sensei to jump in. That is pretty well done. You must have worked hard on them, Kakashi said. But what about earth jutsu, which could pull the tent underground, and water jutsus, which could sweep and flood the area? Kakashi was fairly interesting in this. Maybe he would be able to teach him just how he pulled these off, or at least point him to the person who helped. Naruto hummed, wondering if he should answer. He came to agreement with himself, thinking it wouldn't really be that much of a problem. That's what the other two seals are for, one specifically for each occasion. But I want to leave that as a surprise. A surprise? Enko asked. Yep. I want to see if Aya-chan or Maya-chan learn an earth jutsu just to test it out. Naruto laughed, the two girls shaking their heads. Anyway, Maya said, taking back the conversation. The most important reason for this tent is that it's Naruto-proof. This one sentence made the other two kunoichi perk up. Naru-chan proof? Anko asked, her eyes gleaming expectantly. Yep. Once it's closed he can't get in unless we say so. He can't see inside, nor can he rip a hole in the tent. Maya said, her hand up in a lecture-like pose. Aya smiled, pointing at her friend. So no peeping for him. Heh, funny. How do you think you can stop me from peeping if I'm inside? Naruto asked, evil laughter following after. Who said you're sleeping inside? Maya asked. Naruto gave a proud smile, his head tilting a bit. Come on, Maya-chan. You wouldn't want me sleeping out here in the cold. It's not cold, Tazuna said. Shut up, Tazuna, Naruto said casually. Why you? Tazuna held his tongue, remembering just who he was speaking to. I don't know. You don't get cold often, Maya said. Naruto grinned, ready to retaliation with the ultimate perverted comeback. But he stopped, figuring he could wait until another time to say it. His grin disappeared, the boy changing direction. On a better note, I'm going to get some firewood, and thus Naruto walked off. Maya and Aya stared after him, wondering if he'd just given up. Naruto hummed to himself, his arms crossed. His mind was on one thing, the encounter with the Jounin. He wanted to take a crack at the Jounin, for more than one reason, but to endanger his teammates to do it was not something he was up for. But then again, a lot of information about it was fairly sketchy. Again, the blonde felt like he should just wait until it happens and worry about it then. It would be more interesting that way. With a grin, the boy sent out a pulse of chakra, deciding to get back on his task. A few minutes passed and the blonde happened to acquire an arm full of branches that just so happened to be on the ground. Here you are. Naruto turned his head, recognizing the voice to belong to the brunette of the group. He sent out a pulse of chakra and noticed she was carrying a few canteens, enough for the entire group. They have you getting water for them? I nodded, walking closer to him. Yeah. Also, Anko-sensei wanted me to check up on you. Hibi-chan? What for? He asked. Aya shrugged, not completely sure herself. All right. The blonde put down his bundle of sticks, deciding not to do the manual labor of hauling them around. I'm pretty sure they just pointed the way. So, I'll show you to the river we found. Aya nodded, smiling brightly. That would be greatly appreciated. Oh? Is it appreciated enough for a kiss? Naruto tapped his cheek, leaning towards her. Aya blushed, his question leaving her speechless. The blonde could only grin, waving her forward. Let's get going. Naruto lead her out, Aya walking at his side. So, Aya-chan, how is your team treating you? They are all right. Sasuke is quiet most of the time and I get along with Sakura all right. Aya smiled, most of it being the truth. Naruto tilted his head, surprised. Really? I figure Sakura-chan would be hard to get along with. You know, with the constant idea that you might be going after Team-chan, and then there is me and my actions all throughout the academy. I had jerked a little, he hit the nail right the head. But I'm happy you could make friends with her. Maybe Sasuke will come around at some point. Naruto lifted his arms up, moving his hands behind his head. Aya stared at him, a small smile coming on her face. Naruto's arms drops, his head turning to her. Not to say that matters. I'm the only guy you need in your life. And with that, the low-level ninja started flexing, showing off his physique. Aya giggled. I'm pretty sure you would say that to every girl. Naruto nodded vigorously, smiling. That's because it's true. The only guy any woman would need is me. What about their father? Naruto's mouth puckered, his arms crossing. Aya-chan, you know what I mean. Aya giggled once more, shifting her arms a bit. After a moment she stopped, deciding to ask a question. What about your team? Naruto turned his head to her, nodding. They are fine. We have good dynamics. Naruto nodded, grinning. Aya frowned. But don't you think your sensei is a little too violent? No. She was a lot worse when we first started hanging out. Now she's just a huge cock tease, Naruto said. Aya stared at him for a second, a blush on her face. See, cock tease. Oh yeah, a lot of the things she does for a reaction. Like 3 months ago, I was helping her with training for her to become a jounin. Aya stared at him, befuddled as to why somebody would get an academy student to help them out. Yeah, I know, right? It's insane. But we both know I am trained well enough to give anybody a run for their money. Naruto took a deep breath, focusing on recounting the painted memory in his head. Anyway, we did a little training in her stealth skills and using her second element. By the way, she was horrible at the time, but after that she wanted to relax. So she talked me into joining in a tea ceremony. Again, Aya gave him a strange look. Yeah, I found it interesting too. Anyway, she even decided to dress up in a kimono. While she was conducting this, she was playing around with her kimono, opening it and all that. I think she mentioned it was hot out or something. But it was like she was advertising her body to me. Aya saw exactly where this was going and opened her mouth to stop it, but was stopped as he continued. What made it worst was that she was looking at me with this sweet, alluring grin. Her succulent, swollen mounts, glistening with tea that accidentally dripped from her lips. Naruto. Her blemish-free, smooth skin, that I wouldn't mind eating sushi off of. Naruto, Aya called again, this time a bit louder. Wait, forget sushi. I wouldn't mind dipping her in a bowl of ramen and taking a… Naruto, said Blonde, turned his head to his friend, the image of her blushing face coming to mind. Oh, too detailed? At her nod, Naruto gave a swift apology. But yeah, when I groped her because of all the signs, she beat the living daylights out of me, then made me continue training with her. I think it's one of the few times I actually regretted my… No, I don't regret any time I groped someone. Naruto pumped his arm, grinning. I found out afterward she did it on purpose just to snare me. Naruto shook his head, his teacher was evil. With a shrug he smiled. Anyway, now they're more like love taps. Aya nearly rolled her eyes. Love taps? Yep, she's in love with this dragon master. He pointed both of his thumbs at himself. She just has yet to realize it. Naruto, I highly doubt a… 24. Naruto pointed out. Okay, a 24-year-old woman would have a romantic interest in a 12-year-old. Aya said. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms again. You sound like Maya-chan. Sorry, but it's true. You're 12 years her junior. I'm sure she has eyes for people her age. Naruto started sniffling, as if he was crying. Naruto. No, it's all right. The blonde turned his head away, not wanting her to see the tears that would be trailing down his cheeks. I know what you mean. Older girls just don't dig the young guys. They want older, mature guys. Naruto sobbed, letting out a loud wail. I'll never find Lovey. Aya's mouth found the ground, trying to figure out how this happened. She hoped he was a good actor and that he wasn't serious because she couldn't tell. And Naruto-kun. I didn't say that. She wanted to use her hands, but they still held the canteens to her abdomen. I just said she probably wouldn't see you like that. Naruto sobbed harder. You don't need to rub it in. The blonde dashed forward, trying to get away from her verbal abuse. Aya ran after him, making sure to stay on his tail. Naruto, stop running. Her shout went unheeded, the boy's wail drowning her out. She watched her friend run around in a scraggly pattern, slightly picking up dust as he ran. She was so entranced with him that she failed to watch her footing, a root which rose just above the ground catching her foot. She fell, her body speeding to meet the ground. Closing her eyes tightly, the brunette waited for the impact. Whoa there! A arm wrapped around her, keeping her from her pain-filled fate. Eh! Aya looked up, spotting Naruto at her side. Naruto smiled at her, moving her to her feet. You have to be careful. We don't want you to hurt your beautiful body now, do we? Aya let out a sigh, happy he caught her. She blinked, realizing he was no longer wailing. Thank you. No problem, Naruto said. Now come on. We're close to the river. Aya blinked, nodding her head. Naruto walked ahead, the brunette following after him. He was right. They were close, very close. They barely walked a minute before the riverbank was in eyesight range, and it took a minute more for them to reach it. Naruto sat down beside the river, his friend joining him seconds later. He locked his chakra radar on the girl, the image of her opening each canteen and dipping them into the water, facing the incoming current. A smile appeared on his face. Now was a good time to give her a present. He reached in his pouch, digging around. Took him a minute to find the case, and he was glad that he did. He thought he lost it for a moment. Naruto pulled it from his pouch, releasing a sigh. He held the case out, not realizing his friend's attention was drawn to him. "What's that?" Turning his head to her, his smile changed to a grin. "It's a secret, though you can find out if you want." Aya's eyebrow quirked. Inquisitive, her curiosity piqued. "How do I find out?" Well, Naruto turned to her, his free hand on top of the small box. "First, I'll need you to close your eyes, then hold out your hand." Aya stared at him for a moment before complying with his demands. Placing the now filled canteen on the ground next to her, she turned to Naruto with her right hand out. She closed her eyes a second later, waiting for what was to come. A small click reached her ears, before a hard, jagged object was placed in her hand. She was about to open her eyes, but Naruto seemed to expect it. "Don't open your eyes until I tell you." Aya nodded, feeling his hand being placed on top of the object and her hand. "What now?" I asked. Naruto took a deep breath. "When I say so, I want you to channel your chakra into this object." Aya nodded. "Okay." Like earlier, the boy man, a one-handed tiger seal. He concentrated, pulling the boiling chakra into his hand, which only took him a moment to do. "All right, you can start." As directed, Aya began to mold her chakra and channeling it into the object. She could feel the darker chakra coming from his hand. Her eyes twitched, wondering why she was feeling it. She fought the urge to open her eyes and continued to focus on the task at hand. Their chakras mixed in the crystal for about a minute, the glowing of the crystal dulling as it became red. Naruto hummed as if sensing something wrong. He stopped feeding the darker chakra into the crystal and began channeling his own chakra into it. After another minute, the crystal stopped glowing, the color now completely blue, only a tint of purple at the very top and bottom. Naruto let out a sigh, grinning with the completion of her present. "All right, Aya-chan, you can stop now." Aya exhaled, opening her eyes. She felt the object leave her hand seconds before her eyes came to it. She looked up at Naruto, to see a necklace dangling from his hand, the crystal gleaming with the glow from the moon above. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, wondering if it was hers. Her answer came, with Naruto moved behind her, placing the necklace around her neck. "Wow!" Aya let out. "It's beautiful." Naruto fastened it behind her and moved in front of her. Sending out a chakra pulse, the boy received a perfect image of her. "It looks nice on you." Aya blushed at his compliment, but something about it came to her mind. "What kind of seal is on it?" Naruto smiled. She was intuitive as always. "There isn't a seal on it." Aya's head tilted, confused. Then what was the purpose of charging it with chakra? "Aya-chan," Naruto cheered, clapping his hands. "Wonderful question, but it's a secret." "Ah, come on Naruto, tell me." Naruto had to stop himself from grabbing the girl. She was so damn cute. "Ah, I can't tell you now, later though. I have to finish the Trinity." Aya tilted her head. "Trinity?" "Yep, Maya-chan has one, you do, and the final one goes to me." Naruto grinned, rubbing his hands together. "His should be done tonight." Naruto missed the look that crossed her face, and so he continued on. "And when I finish mine, the special effect should work." "Special effect?" I certainly didn't like the way he said that. "Fufufu." Naruto rubbed his hand together, a mischievous grin on his face. "Yes, it will allow me to know whenever you girls are bathing." Wahahahahahaha. Aya stared at him blankly. Something told her that this was a lie, but she couldn't say he wouldn't do something like it. Naruto calmed down, smiling. "Just joking. Anyway, I want to make sure it works first before I tell you." Aya nodded. She didn't understand why it was necessary for him to finish it before he could tell what it does, but she just took it as a quirk of his. Aya blinked, wondering what was on his mind. "What is it?" "I know I realized this earlier, but I just realized this again." A grin spread across his face. "We are completely alone." "Eh?" I blushed, this one sentence bringing up some very interesting memories. Naruto leaned forward, stopping any reply she might have. We can do anything. A rock flew from the trees beside them, knocking the blonde on the head. The force was enough to nearly push him into the river beside them. But the boy prevented it with his hand. Aya turned her head, spotting her cousin with her arm extended. She stared, wondering how long she was there. Damn it, Naruto hissed, grabbing his head. What the hell was that for? Maya stared, crossing her arms. You were going to grope her, so I stopped you. Naruto growled, turning his head to her. So what if I was going to molest her? You don't apply violence to the occasion unless it happens. Maya looked away, knowing he was right. It doesn't matter. I know you well enough. What are you doing here, Maya? I asked. Maya looked at her before walking closer. Well, I heard Naruto scream, so I came to investigate. Aya flinched suddenly, before glancing at Naruto. By the way, why did you scream? I saw a skunk, Naruto answered. Maya nodded, though she didn't believe him one bit. Okay, are you two done? Aya nodded, the last canteen being filled up more than 5 minutes ago. Naruto shook his head, his firewood being left in the woods. All right, then we should go finish collecting the firewood. Boo, I want to stay away longer. You can't do that, was all Maya said, as she moved closer, collecting her canteen. Thank you. Aya nodded, collecting all of the canteens. She stopped, realizing Naruto didn't fill his up. What about yours? Oh, I keep 10 on me at any given time. One being empty isn't much of a problem. The two Natsumes stared, wondering the same question. 10? Why 10? The older of the two asked. Naruto shrugged. I figured it was a good number to have. With that, the blonde stood, hoping to get a move on. Both girls looked at each other, wondering why he would think that. They looked at him as he began to head back towards the camp. Aya gathered the canteens quickly and stood. She followed after him, noticing Maya trailing just behind her. She had to wonder why her cousin was lagging behind, but she paid no mind to it, choosing to be by Naruto's side. Naruto hummed a bit, turning his head back. Hey Aya-chan, Maya-chan. Do you two want to do something when we get back? Aya skipped a bit, obviously happy. Oh, what should we do? We could go watch a movie. I heard Sanju and the Golden Blade were coming out soon. That sounds interesting. I did want to see it, Maya said, rubbing her chin. Awesome, Aya cheered. Though she wanted to see a romance flick, that movie was promising to be good one. Naruto nodded with a smile, the plan halfway set. Okay, then how about we could chill at my place? Or maybe your place since it's bigger. What do you think? Maya hummed, thinking about it. She opened her mouth to answer, but Aya beat her to the punch. Your place. Maya let out a sigh. Agreed. Naruto chuckled, rubbing his hands. What exactly should he prepare for their date? Maya stared at him, wondering why he was smiling like a mischievous brat. What's with that look? Aya smiled. He's just happy. Maya pointed at his face, her eyes on her cousin. That's not a happy look. It's more of a I got a prank planned look. Naruto's attention was drawn back to them, his original purpose for being away from the group back on his mind. Anyway, you two go ahead. I need to collect the firewood. Maya shook her head. I'll join you. It's better for two people to do it than one. It'll be faster. Naruto tilted his head, before nodding. All right. After a few more moments, the three genin ended up at the tree Naruto dropped the branches at. Maya looked down at the bundle, figuring it wouldn't be enough for the whole night. But then again, they weren't trying to advertise their location, so it should be enough. All right, Aya-chan. See you back at camp, Naruto said. Maya turned her head to her remaining family and gave a little wave. Aya nodded before walking off. It shouldn't take her long to get back there, so maybe she'll be able to come back. A smile came upon her face, seemed like a pretty good plan to her. After Aya was out of sight range, Naruto turned to Maya, humming as she began looking around. Sue, what's up? Maya looked at him, blinking. I'm looking around. Raising an eyebrow, she wondered why he wasn't doing the same. I got that covered. Naruto made a T-seal with the index and middle fingers of both hands, and within seconds, for plumes of smoke rose from the ground. For clones stood next to Naruto before they moved out, separating into the forest. Ha! Why didn't you do that at the beginning? I didn't feel like it, Naruto said, digging in his pouch. He drew out a blue scroll and tossed it over to Maya. The girl blinked, surprised by the action but caught it with ease. Maya raised it up, staring at it. What's this? It's my sleeping bag, Naruto stated. You don't have yours, so you need one. Maya looked away, chuckling nervously. What are you talking about? I packed mine. Naruto let out a low sigh. No, Aya-chan packed your stuff, and she couldn't find your sleeping bag. Maya looked back at him, blinking. When in the hell did he ask Aya about this? I didn't ask Aya-chan about it. It was obvious what you had her do. Naruto moved over to the stack of branches. And you should stop doing that, it's not fair. Maya rolled her eyes, deciding to put the scroll away. She doesn't mind. She watched him pick up the wood, a frown on his face. I bet you're still mad you lost. Nah, I got over that quickly. It's the try and cut your best friend's head off thing that's the problem. Naruto turned to her. But I'll deal with it. Maya scratched her head. So that's why they were fighting. She watched him scoop up the wood before standing. In seconds, the 4 clones that disappeared moments ago appeared with firewood. That was fast. Yep, no need to wait, right? Naruto smiled, his question up in the air. Maya shrugged. Not really. Her mind quickly came back to the sleeping bag, wondering why he packed 2. Why did you pack 2? Naruto turned and began walking, causing Maya and his clones to follow. I didn't. Maya stared. Then what will you sleep on? Naruto decided silence would be his answer. He really had no plans to go to sleep tonight. He didn't know Kakashi too well and he didn't trust Tazuna at all. Even with the tent, he wouldn't leave the girls unprotected. As his mind drifted slightly, he wondered what they were to eat. Hey, what do you want to eat? Maya stared at him, closing her mouth. She was about to get him to answer the question, but he decided to move on. Oh well. Fried fish, it shouldn't take us too long to catch some. Ah, but fish suck, Naruto whined. A smile appeared on his face. How about ramen? I brought a few dozen. Maya shook her head quickly. No. Seriously, why was he a ramen fiend? Don't you think you eat enough ramen? Naruto almost looked horrified. You can never, and I mean never, eat too much ramen. Maya stared with a look of reproval. Naruto, you eat too much ramen. Naruto couldn't restrain himself, shouting, Ah, my ears, such blasphemy. A humph left her mouth, her hands on her hips. Blasphemy my ass. You eat like what, 10 bowls every day? Naruto decided not to answer that, so his clone did for him. Nope, it's more like 20. Naruto turned his head to the clone that spoke. Hey, don't tell her that. Maya looked from his clone to him, frowning. 20? Really? Naruto, you need to eat healthier. Not this again, Naruto muttered. Ramen is. Maya figured where he was going and decided to interrupt. Don't even say that, because you proved already that it isn't. I proved that it was. The gods sent ramen down for me to have. It must be healthy. The gods didn't make ramen. Ramen was made by man. Maya shook her head. She hoped they finished this little argument before they got back. Nah. She was trying to fill his head with lies. Men could never make anything so good. Only women. Naruto grinned, feeling he had won this. Maya shook her head. Look, it's not good for a growing boy to eat only ramen every day. It will stunt your growth. Naruto's mouth opened, surprised at such a revelation. Are you saying I'll remain short forever? Maya stared, holding in a mischievous grin. Yep, you'll remain small and I'll grow tall with a luscious body. At that, Maya slid her hands down her body for emphasis. Naruto's mouth quivered. Why, you'll still let me grope you, right? Maya shook her head quickly. No, wait, since when have I let you grope me? Naruto shifted the branches, one of them poking his arm. You're so mean, Maya-chan. He walked ahead, leaving a slightly confused genin behind him. Naruto, answer me. Since when have I ever let you grope me? Maya asked, giving chase. It took only a few minutes for them to reach the camps, the clones walking in front of the two. Even though the blonde was hounded by his friend to answer the question, Naruto still managed to hear the surprise gasped ahead of him. His attention was brought forward, Tazuna's voice reaching his ears. The blonde multiplied. A grin appeared upon his face. Ah, the effects of clones on civilians. Sakura grinned, figuring this was some kind of ploy to trip him up. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. Those are fake. Her eyes wide, hearing the 4 separate footsteps before the wood was dropped on the ground, next to a circle of rocks. Whoa, they're real. Of course we are, the first of the clones replied. Who would create illusions to carry wood? Yep. This makes me seriously question your intellect. Another of the clones came out. The third clone smirked, deciding to join in on this. She's Brood Boy's fangirl, so you can't really expect much from her already. Nobody missed how her face went red, a pulsing tick appearing on her large, adorable forehead. Kakashi felt this was going to go bad soon, so he decided to speak up. Naruto-kun, would you mind dispelling your clones? It was Naruto's 4th clone who spoke first. Of course he would. He pointed at the man. That would seriously decrease our groping power. Our groping power? Naruto muttered. Aya, who had gotten there a few minutes ago, blinked. He couldn't possibly be thinking what she thought he was. Yes, with 8 more hands, we can now grope 5 times the women. This made Aya look away, disappointed in her friend. Sakura, on the other hand, crossed her arms over her chest, deciding it was a good enough protection from his grubby hands. Naruto's face lit up, taking in his clone's speech. The wood dropped from his hands and he turned his head to the moon. His arms spread apart as if praising the distance orb for such information. The world was so good to give him this. Too bad there were only 4 females in the vicinity. Maya elbowed Naruto, drawing the boy's attention to her. Naruto, stop conversing with yourself. Naruto's mouth dropped, all of his clones turning to her before scratching their heads. Question. If I'm talking to my clones, would that really count as me talking to myself? Maya stared at him, the thought running through her mind. Would it? Anko, on the other hand, decided to enlighten them with her infinite knowledge about things. Yes, it would. All 5 Naruto turned to her. But how Hibikarayan? At the chorus, the plum-haired woman chuckled. Because they are still ultimately you. Now get rid of them. The 4 clones looked at their boss, before giving a thumb up. Their knowledge has been given. Now it was all up to the original to abuse it. Naruto nodded, a non-existent tear running down his cheek. He would never forget the information he learned today. With a seal, the clones dispersed into smoke, leaving the world with a smile. Goodbye, my clones. Sniff, you will be missed. Time passed by fairly quickly, the fire being set up and the group making their minds up on fried fish. This made the blonde genin slightly happy, the stash of ramen he brought being untouched. The scent of the fish was still in the air, even though the food had been eaten a while ago. Everyone took the time to relax and talk, though the one mainly talking was Sakura. She seemed to want the object of her affections to talk to her. He was quite tight-lipped. Naruto would have laughed and took the time to bother her if he wasn't currently preoccupied with more important business. He sat behind a tree, out of the direct eyesight of the group of ninja. A scroll lay open at his feet, holding an array of circles and symbols on it. An ink jar stood next to it, brush inside of it. Naruto held a book in his hand. The title of the hardcover read Notes. Sure, nobody was looking at him. The blonde had his forehead protector up, using his eyes to scan the contents of the book. Turning the page, Naruto frowned. He couldn't really understand everything in this section. It was hard to put together, mainly because it was written very erratically. The whole book was like it, but this section seemed to be written more in codes than the others. He saw the symbol for fire and wind a lot, but he wasn't sure if it was the actual meaning or if it was used for something else. It seems he would need the old man's help once again, and that means he has to put a hold on this seal. Naruto's mouth twitched. Damn it! Whoever wrote this sucked. Naruto closed the book, deciding to check out another book the Hokage gave him. He put the book down and picked up the other book which rested on his left. His eyes scanned the title before he opened the book up. He read from the first page, finding a lot of the information he knew already. He skipped a few chapters where he read about the different application of seals and different seals to use for them. A grin appeared in his face. He knew how to finish the seal now. He reached over to the ink brush, deciding to do it now. The sound of clothes reached his ears, alerting him to someone's approach. Naruto was fast, grabbing his forehead protector and bringing it down. He turned his head to the left, sending out a pulse of chakra just in time to catch the person who tried to sneak up on him. The image of Maya entered his mind, a grin plastered on her face. Nice try. TCH. Maya glanced away, sucking her teeth at her failed attempt. You have been trying a lot this month, Naruto said. Her eyes came back to him, taking a step around the tree. It's a okay pastime. She shrugged and looked over at his little setup. Making seals? She asked. Yeah, I have 2 in mind as of now. Naruto's lips curled, the thoughts of what he would do crossing his mind. Maya crouched down, her thighs almost pressed together. What kind of seals? She asked, studying the writing on the scroll. A creepy chuckle escaped Naruto's mouth. His smile widened enough to see the front row of his teeth. Well, lovely. The seal I have in mind is one that will steal a woman's panties without her noticing. Maya stared at him, blinking as he started to laugh. As odd as it was, if he could do that, then it could possibly be used in other ways, like stealing a scroll off somebody. But most likely he would use it only to be a pervert. Next thing she knew, her hand was upside Naruto's head. Ow! I was just joking, Naruto shouted, rubbing his head. Yeah, I have a dragon made of cotton candy, Maya said. The sarcasm seemed to be lost on the boy, his face lighting up with excitement at the notion of a candy molded into the form of a dragon. It's sarcasm, Naruto. A second later, his face drooped, frowning deeply. Naruto looked at the book once more, deciding since she was on his left, he could use his right eye to read. Naruto opened the book once more and lifted up the right side of his forehead protector, giving him an all too familiar look. From Maya's spot, she couldn't see beyond the metal of the forehead protector. What made it worse was Naruto moved his hand up to help hide his eye. Again she shrugged, deciding on other ways to take a look. It bugged her for so long, what was up with his eyes. Putting her mind off it for now, Maya looked at the book, reading the title. She hummed, looking up at Naruto. A beginner's book on seals? Naruto nodded, going over something he would like to try. That's interesting. Maybe I can pick up on it too, Maya said, grinning gleeful. She took a seat before looking at the book. Almost immediately she started reading, hoping to gain some more of an insight on it. After a moment she realized he was far ahead of anything that she could understand without reading the beginning. But that didn't stop her from continuing on. While she read, Maya failed to realize Naruto's eye was on her, finding her more fascinating than the book she was reading. He studied her smooth, flawless skin, her silver hair that held such a gleam to it even at night. A smile appeared on his face, remembering his little nickname for her solely because of those 2 antennas like bangs coming from her head. He couldn't see her eyes and he wished he could. His chakra radar was good for seeing, but nothing beats watching her with his eyes. What's the other type of seal that you want to make? Naruto nearly jumped, a nervous sweat rolling down his cheek. Well, it's an interesting one, but hard for me to explain, Naruto said. He hummed, looking up at the leaves above him. It's really complicated even for me. Maya laughed a bit, turning to look at him. You know that's not saying much. Naruto frowned, not liking the jab at his intelligence. So what if he wasn't the smartest guy? At least he wasn't stupid. He would place himself in the middle of his class in the brain department. He just had to study a little bit harder than a lot of people. The blonde turned his head to her slightly and closed his book. He pulled the forehead protector down over his eye once again, deciding to end this little reading session. He wasn't in the mood for it now. Maya stared at him, smiling at her accomplishment. Ah, I think little Whiskers-chan is mad. Maya poked his squishy cheek as she said this, completely her little taunt. Naruto's head turned to her, his book being placed on the ground. It was easy to tell where this was going. He just wondered how much she would be able to take. Anko poked at the fire with a stick, deciding it was about time to call it a night. She looked across at everyone quickly, finding her 2 students missing from direct sight. She hummed, looking around. It didn't take her long to find the leg of the blonde behind a tree, toward where they entered. Tossing the stick inside of the fire, she stood. Hey, Naru! Her sentence was stopped, seeing her blonde student fly from his spot, Maya being the reason. Anko closed her mouth and watched, noticing everyone else's eyes were on the 2. Oh God, again? Aya let out, standing quickly. She moved to go over there, but was stopped by Anko's hand. She looked over to her, frowning. Just watch, she said. Looking back at her students, she watched Maya throw a punch at the boy below her, only to be caught. Then they were rolling, hands flying all over the place. They were rolling dangerously close to Sasuke, but the raven-haired preteen made sure to get out the way. This made Sakura slightly agitated. No one almost rolls into Sasuke-kun. Hey you two! Stop it! Her shout was ignored, the two continuing as if unfazed. Anko-san? Does this happen often? Kakashi asked. Nope, this happens rarely. They usually start fist fighting. It's fun to watch. She replied, her hand leaving Aya's shoulder. And you just watch them? Sakura asked, looking at the older woman. Anko nodded. Why stop their lovers' quarrel? They seems like little brats to me. Tazuna chimed in. He regretted his words when two pebbles struck him upside the head. Iya! He grabbed his head, hissing as he checked for blood. Aya sighed, not wanting this to continue. She turned around and walked to her tent. She went to her bag and opened the smaller pouch behind it. She pulled out a golden chain with a circular pendant attached to it. She walked out from the tent, heading back over to the campfire, waiting for the inevitable to happen. Anko, being the only one to notice, looked at what she brought out. Staring at the pendant, she had to say it was quite beautiful. The design etched into it was the Mitsu Tomo, each Tomo being of a different color. The first one was golden red, the second was silvery blue, and the final one was white. In the circular part of each Tomo was a clear diamond, which glowed lightly in the wake of the fire. What's that for? Anko asked. This question brought everyone's eyes to the girl, the gleaming of the necklace drawing their attention. Sakura's eyes lit up at the sight, her hands clasping together. Wow, that's beautiful! Her loud exclamation caused the two to stop fighting. Maya was sitting on top of Naruto, his forehead protector in her hand. Her cheeks flushed, his left hand grasping her breast. Her left hand was held by his, stopping her from giving him the punch he so rightly deserved. At this time, both of their attention was on the Aya, or more precisely the chain. Aya, why do you have that? Maya asked, ignoring all else. Aya wrapped the chain loosely around her fingers, inspecting it. I stole it from you a week ago. Aya still wondered why her cousin never looked for it. She probably didn't even know it was gone. Naruto opened his mouth, his chakra radar telling him exactly where she was. Okay, I see. With that said, he gave one last squeeze before pushing the girl off him. Then he was up, dashing at the brunette. He managed to make in only a few steps before he was forced off balanced, a rock to the side of his head being the cause. He hit the ground hard, his hands going to his head. While he was down, Maya took the chance to make it to her cousin, a satisfied smile on her face. She reached over and relieved Aya of the necklace, slightly disappointed that she stole it from her. You know it bad to steal from me, right? Aya tilted her head. You steal from me all the time. I steal food from you, Maya corrected. She looked at Naruto and frowned, his eyes closed shut. She hoped he would slip up and look at her, but it seems it wouldn't happen. Naruto stood up, dusting his clothes off. He held out his hand, frowning. Maya-chan, I would like to have that back now. Maya shook her head, putting it in her pouch for safekeeping. What would be the point? You don't wear it. Maya replied. He took a step forward and she grinned. Whiskers, you aren't getting it. Whiskers? Anko asked, confused. Aya looked at her. Nickname. It's because of his birthmarks. Naruto head titled as he started to crack his knuckles. Do you really want to start this? I will take it from you. Maya laughed, getting ready for his attack. Try it. Naruto lunged forward, throwing hook at Maya's face. He found his attack was unsuccessful, his body being pushed to the ground. A pulse of chakra told him that it was his sensei who was responsible. She was sitting on his back tapping her chin. Naruto gritted his teeth, turning his head back at her. Anko-chan, get off me now. Anko stared at him, humming. He only used her name when he was serious. She smiled. Sorry Naruto-chan, no can do. Naruto grunted, putting his hands together. Fine, he said, making some hand seals. He wasn't able to finish his jutsu, a rock smashing against the middle of his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his hands coming to his forehead. Maya walked up to him, crouching in front of his face. You idiot, you can't use a jutsu here. You'll give us away, Maya said, poking his covered forehead. Naruto's mouth opened, a slight look of surprise on his face. I knew that. Everyone except Maya's head dropped. He didn't know. Then you should act like you know, Maya scolded, poking him again. Everyone seemed to look at each other, again thinking together. She believed him? Anyway, Enko said, chuckling. We should hit the hay. We have a long day tomorrow. Oh, Naruto let out. Can I do first watch? Enko grinned, getting off her student. What do you say about that, Kakashi? All right, that's fine, Kakashi said. Then, Aya-chan should be next. Then Maya-chan, Enko said, grinning. Then Sasuke-kun. Oh, then me again, Naruto cheered, standing. Then Sakura-chan. Enko hummed. Then you. I'll take the last watch. Kakashi nodded. That seems all right. An hour for each of us should be all right. That's agreeable, Enko said. Now, to the tent. Enko turned. Naruto tilted his head. She was going to stay in there too? Naruto shook his head, noticing something off. Naruto palmed his face, finally realizing his forehead protector was off. He turned his head to Maya, scowling. Give me my forehead protector. Maya smiled brightly. Right. She tossed it over to him, the boy easily catching it. Naruto mumbled something lowly, turning around. Using a few chakra pulses, Naruto directed himself over to where his scroll was, readying his village's insignia over his eyes. He could hear rustling behind him. He could tell everyone was getting in their sleeping bags and whatnot, trying to get to sleep as soon as possible so they could be ready for their time at watch. While they did that, Naruto started cleaning his things. He sealed everything into a scroll, even the scroll, before putting it away in one of his pockets. Walking back around the tree, Naruto made his way over to the fire. With 2 pulses of chakra, the blonde received a nearly perfect picture of the clearing. The 4 girls of the group was nowhere to be found, while Sasuke, Kakashi and Tazuna were already in their sleeping bags. Without a word, Naruto walked over to the campfire, taking a seat on a conveniently placed log. Feeling a stick underneath his foot, the blonde leaned over and picked it up. He felt the length of it, finding it to be long enough to reach the fire in front of him. With a slight smile, Naruto began poking at the only source of entertainment in front of him. 20 minutes into his guard, Naruto was fairly certain everyone was sleeping, the soft snores of the men around him confirming it. Deciding it was as good as any time, the blonde threw the burnt stick into the flames. He slowly reached up, pushing his forehead protector to the area it was meant to protect. Once it was secure, his arms dropped and his eyes opened. Almost as soon that happened, an intense burning sensation seemed to flow into his eyes. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly, his hands going to his face as he leaned over. Naruto dug his sandals into the dirt. A multitude of images flashed before his eyes. He couldn't concentrate on any one of them, the boiling pain flowing into the rest of his face. Naruto endured it only for a minute before reaching up and pulling his forehead protector down. And just like that, it all stopped. Naruto breathed easily, sweat lightly coating his face. His body relaxed as he leaned back. God, he muttered. After a minute, the blonde genin pushed the metal-plated cloth back up, bracing himself for what was to come. The next day, Naruto was the last to get off the boat, a frown on his face. What was up with all the guy? Why couldn't there be a fairy woman helping them out? This is it for me. Goodbye and good luck. Naruto turned his head, concentrating on the ferryman. Tazuna reached out, gripping the man's hands. All right, you have my gratitude. The man nodded, releasing his hand. Get home safe. With these guys here, I have nothing to worry about, Tazuna said, smiling. Naruto shook his head, adjusting the sword on his back. After a few seconds, he heard the light tapping of wood and figured the man just started his departure. We should get going, Enko said. Kakashi nodded in agreement, staring at Tazuna. All right, get me home safe. Without further wait, the group walked away. It took only minutes for them to reach a tree line of a forest. Naruto walked in between his team. His forehead protector was slightly raised, enough for him to see the ground if he had his eyes opened. With it positioned like this, as long as he stayed between them, he wouldn't have to use his chakra radar. 5 minutes passed without much happening. Naruto hummed, raising his right arm and covering his mouth. This action, though, was seen as something else for everyone else. Covering a yawn there? You tired, Naruto-chan? Enko asked, peering down at the boy. Naruto's hand dropped, pursing his lips together. Are you still mad about that? Naruto asked, turning his head to her. I said I was sorry. I lost track of time. Anko glared. You don't lose track of time when guarding a camp. She tapped him across the head, her eyebrow twitching. Now you can't even preform to your fullest. Naruto jerked back, mortified at her statement. I so can. I once stayed up 5 days straight, and on the 5th day we had a mock battle at the academy. Even so, that wasn't a mission where you could die. Maya chimed in. Naruto turned to her, crossing his arms. I'm fine. I'm not in the least bit tired. Naruto threw 2 jabs ahead. I could take care of anything that comes my way. Anko stared ahead, fixing the strap of her bag. You're going to have to. After all, you can't rest now. It sounds like you two don't have faith in me, Naruto said. Heh, Maya let out. I do have faith in you. I trust you to be a pervert and an idiot. Anko laughed, being joined in by the 2 girls on Team 7. Naruto scowled for a moment before it was replaced with a grin. I hear that. A second after his statement, his hand came around, smacking the girl's butt. The sound of flesh slapping flesh rang out, followed by a barely audible yelp from the girl, Kai. She jolted, her eyes wide and her hands coming to her behind. Everyone's eyes came to them, the sound drawing their attention. From her surprised look, which was quickly changing to anger, and Naruto's hand still being extended, it was easy to see what he did. The group stopped, staring at them surprised. Naruto could tell she was stunned, surprised that he would do that right now. But her anger would soon break through that. Well, after what he will say, it will. Nice. Naruto then promptly leaned back, avoiding the blow that came to his jaw. Because of her anger, Maya's attack was slightly overextended. Naruto used this to advantage, striking 3 more times on his friend's bottom. Naruto laughed, moving to the right as her elbow came at him. I should probably move away from her now, Naruto thought. Nah, that wouldn't be fun. Staying in his spot, the blonde found his robe grabbed. He was pulled close to Maya, who he could tell was quite heated. He chuckled as she reeled her arm back. Suddenly he was pulled from his friend's grasp. He didn't need to see to know it was Anko. Her breast pressing against his head was enough. She corrected that a second later. Hey now, no fighting. Naruto frowned, tilting his head back. She was ruining his fun. Maya gritted her teeth, tightening her fist. Sensei. Ah, wait until we aren't in the open. Anko interrupted. And you, don't start anything. She ended it with a strike to the back of his head. Naruto's head snapped forward. She hit him harder than normal. Naruto grabbed the back of his head, rubbing the stinging spot. All right. Naruto raised his head. After apologizing for her students, the group began moving ahead. Sakura, still holding a grudge or so Naruto thought, asked a very important question. Maya-san, how can you hang out with a pervert like him? Naruto mouth opened first. First things first, you have a sensei who reads Ichi Ichi Paradise. Naruto wished he could see what expression they had on but continued either way. Secondly, you have no reason to talk. Miss, my nipples get hard when I'm tied up. Oh, Anko's voice rang out. Sakura bit her lip, her hands clutching at her dress. And my nipples weren't hard. Aya looked back at the boy, disappointed. Naruto. Aya-chan. I'm just speaking the truth. Naruto whined before grinning. Now, I would like to make it clear, I am not a pervert. I just figuring my victim's potential. Anko had to interrupt there. Your victim's potential? How exactly does groping them do that? Naruto let out a chuckle. Hibi-chan, Hibi-chan, Hibi-chan. I thought you knew. He missed her stare that said, obviously I didn't know, and continued. When girls get face perverts, their strength grows at least by 4, but when they get groped it grows even larger. So when I grope a girl, I do it to see just how potentially stronger they can become. The group blinked at his explanation, Anko deciding to continue the conversation. If that's the case, why haven't you groped Aya-chan? A large face-splitting smile appeared on his face, his arms rising. Oh, I have. His hands began emulating the motion as if he was squeezing something. The boy licked his lips, remembering the feel of her body. A hard tap brought him out of his memory to which he wanted to dive deeper in. He turned his head to Maya and grinned. Her body felt nice as well. Thought in a few years it would be so much better. Blood dripped from his nose, his imagination going wild. Are you fantasizing? Maya asked. Naruto shook his head and chuckled. Yeah, I am. In a few years. You two are gonna look neeks. Naruto wiped the blood from his nose, hearing a sigh from his side. Anyway, I could give you an accurate account of the bodies of each woman or girl that I've groped, not to mention how hard they hit. Really? Enko said curiously. Okay. Out of all the women who you've groped, who has hit the hardest? Naruto turned to her, his face lighting up. Okay. He turned forward, crossing his arms. You sensei dish out accumulative damage. You never hit just once. But you are pretty high up there. Naruto said, smiling with a blush. Maya-chan attacks hurt, but it's not the worst I felt. Aya-chan the same, under Maya-chan though. Naruto hummed. This was a toughie. Now Nai-chan. She knows how to land a punch. Enko stared at him, horrified. Hold on. Nai-chan hits harder than I do? Heh. Naruto laughed. No. She just knows how to throw a punch. Naruto hummed once more, hearing a relieved sigh from Enko. The person who hits the hardest, that's Nozomi-chan. Maya did a double take. Nozomi-san? The nurse. Why, you're joking. This time it was Kakashi. Naruto didn't know he was in this conversation. Nope. She hit so hard. She earned me referring to her by her last name. Naruto said. Are you sure? Nozomi is so bubbly. Enko said. I've seen her get groped before and she never hits. She's like an airhead. Naruto frowned. No, she doesn't hit them because she's on duty. But when she's off her job, she will wail on someone for groping her. I can't see it, Maya muttered. Trust me. Naruto's sentence was cut short, a kunai making its way to his hand. He let it fly, the blade whizzing by Sasuke's neck, cutting some strains of his raven black. This stopped everyone cold, most of the group now staring at Naruto. Naruto, what the hell? Sakura shouted. Naruto played the girl no mind, his attention on the bush his kunai flew through. He moved forward, Sasuke being put on edge. Just as he took his second step, his arm was grabbed. Naruto, what are you doing? His head turned to Maya, frowning. Please release me, Naruto replied. He felt her fingers twitch against his skin before she released him. Naruto nodded in thanks, turning his head. He sent out a pulse of chakra, the image of the group entering his mind. He noticed Kakashi was at the bush, pushing the leaves apart. He began to walk forward, deciding to follow Kakashi's lead. Passing by Tazuna, the hairs on the back of Naruto's neck stood rigid. His left hand flew up, uncovering his eyes whilst two simultaneous shouts of duck rang out. Naruto turned quickly, his right hand on the hilt of his sword, his mind focused on the twirling blur that was speeding towards him. In the split-second glance, Naruto was able to see that everyone in its path was already on the ground or in the process of it. 2 seconds crossed Naruto's mind as he drew his sword. He positioned it in front of him, barely bracing the spine of the katana with his left hand before the weapon bashed into him. With a slight thrust of his right arm, the larger weapon was sent into the air, Naruto being pushed slightly off balance. Grab it! Naruto steadied himself before crouching down and leaping after it. Naruto found himself lucky. Knocking the blade upward slowed its speed. He was next to it before it sliced into anything, his left hand reaching for the hilt. His eyes widened, a man entering his view. The man's hand was on the hilt of the sword, the large weapon just over his shoulder. Naruto tried to put up a guard only from the sword to come down on him, breaking the steel of his katana before slicing his body in twine. Naruto blinked the image from his mind. I miscalculated, he thought, drawing his left hand back. He prepared to defend, the man appearing before him once more, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Like clockwork, the blade of the man came upon the genin, though this time the blade held up. Looking in the eyes of man in front of him, Naruto felt his sword be pushed back, the cold steel of the large sword cutting into Naruto's left shoulder. He hissed, gravity pulling him down with the help of the man's attack. Naruto hit the ground, landing on his feet with a flick of his wrist. He sent a kunai into the air. He realized his fatal error in judgment, seeing the large sword spinning down toward him, passing his kunai without worry. Naruto! A pair of shouts entered his ears, a second before the sword hit the ground in front of him. Naruto turned his head quickly, realizing he was moving or more specifically being carried. Looking up, he noticed it was Kakashi who got him out of that jam. Blue eyes narrowed, his body tense as he was put down. "You okay?" Kakashi said. Naruto breathed easily, nodding his head. "I'm fine. Thank you." Naruto forced out, his nails biting into the skin of his palm. "Heh, to believe you could save him from that." Naruto's eyes moved forward, landing on the man who attacked him. He was now standing behind his sword, his right hand on top of it. Naruto had to wonder one thing: why were so many people covering the bottom part of their faces? Kakashi, the two demon brothers, now this guy with bandages, was there a club or something? Well, if it isn't the hidden missing nin, Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi said, standing. Naruto stood up and began moving his left arm around. It seems the wound wouldn't impair him. Now to pay the fucker back. Before he could move, Naruto found himself being pulled back by his robes. His head hit something soft, and the boy looked up. Anko had stopped him again. Her arm went just across his collarbone, pushing him against her. "Stand down, Naruto-chan. This is not a battle you can handle." Naruto took light breaths, nodding his head. His eyes went to his right, a gleam catching his attention. Again he found himself being carried backward, escaping from a kunai that was aimed specifically at his head. His eyes were on the trees, his eyes on a man crouching on a branch. Naruto slipped his hand into Anko's cloak, to where she kept her kunai. He grabbed one from her, feeling her jerk a bit as they stopped. Then he lashed out, tossing the kunai at him. Naruto watched him lean to the side, dodging it like it was the easiest thing in the world. It hit the tree next to him, slicing clean through it. A loud whistle rang out, the new Atre staring at the dropping wood. Thump! Leaves flew into the air, surprising most of the group. "Wow, you've gotten better," he said. Naruto's broke apart from Anko, stepping forward. His eyes were on the forehead protector around his forehead, the Konoha symbol being crossed with a mark. A twisted grin appeared on his face, his head tilting. "You should thank your little sister. She was happy to help." The man smiled. "Ha ha ha ha. Funny?" Naruto tilted his sword. "Not as funny as whoa." Naruto was pulled behind Anko, her eyes twitching. Anko looked back at him. "Stand back, before I—" Anko stopped, blinking. "Ha, your eyes are blue." Naruto blinked a couple of times. "No, she saw my eyes." Naruto raised his hand up, but stopped, deciding against it. He needed his eyes for this. "Yeah, I thought I told you." "Nope, you didn't," Anko said, facing the man. "Anko-chan, long time no see," the man said, his eyes scanning the rest of the group. "And what's this? Maya-chan is here as well." His eyes then traveled to Aya, and little Aya-chan. "Interesting." Naruto glanced back at Aya, noticing she was shaking. He growled lowly, Maya walking to his right side. He looked ahead and felt her hand on his side. He glanced at her just as sharp pain ran through the spot she pinched. "Well, if it isn't the traitor," she said. "Ah, such a fond welcome," he said, rubbing his brown eyes. "It almost brings a tear to my eye." "Enough." Everyone glanced at Zabuza, the man drawing his sword. "The old man is mine. Hand him over." Anko started laughing, Naruto following suit. "Can you believe it? He's into old men." She pointed at him, leaning on Naruto's head. "I bet that's the only play he can get." Naruto let out. Maya covered her mouth, trying hard not to join in. Kakashi, who didn't have such resolve, chuckling a bit. Anko looked at Naruto, holding her sides. "What do you think, Naruto-chan? Is he top or bottom?" "As disgusting as it is, I think he's bottom," Naruto jeered. "He does look like he has a stick up his ass." Their taunts seemed to have angered the man, his narrowed eyes tipping them off. It didn't help that the Konoha missing nin was laughing as well. "Wow, they hit that nail on the head." "Wow, you're one to laugh," Maya said. "If I remember correctly, you had an interest in little boys." This had its intended effect, shutting the ninja up. Naruto's eyes shot up in horror. He looked at the ninja before hiding behind Maya. "All of it makes sense now," Naruto muttered. "It does. All those stares that he gave you," Anko said, rubbing her chin. "I thought he was just angry, but he was actually lusting after you, Naruto-chan." Naruto gasped loudly, "Protect me!" Really funny, he said, glaring. Don't worry, Naruto-chan. I'll protect you, Enko said, finally getting serious. Naruto blinked. Are we getting serious now because I actually want to take a crack at him? Enko chuckled once more. No can do. I don't want you taking any more damage than you already have. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms. All right, but can you do it quickly? I find looking at him irritating. Maya looked back at him. Naruto, you can't rush a battle. Enko nodded. That is correct, especially this one. Enko licked her lips, a toothy grin crossing her face. Yes, yes, Naruto grumbled. He lightened up, stepping by Maya's side. Good luck, Naruto said, swinging his arm and slapping her butt. She jumped slightly and grinned through her anger. Thanks, she replied. Come, the missing Nin said, leaping off. Listen to Kakashi until I return, she shouted, giving chase. Naruto sniffed. I miss her already. Maya shook her head and looked over at his shoulder. It wasn't too bad, but they would need to patch it up soon. But before that, Kakashi-san, what should we do? Guard Tazuna. I'll handle him, Kakashi said. With that, he raised his hand up to his forehead protector. Zabuza, first you'll handle me. Then, from what Maya could see, he lifted up his forehead protector. Maya didn't have to look to know what he revealed. She had seen the Sharingan once before and found it less impressive than people seemed to think. Ah, I already get to see the famous Sharingan. I'm honored, Zabuza spoke. You're honored to see the Sharingan? Naruto asked. I see the weak are attracted to weak abilities. Maya's head snapped to him. Naruto, this isn't the time to say this. He glanced at her, shrugging. Sorry, but it's true. Such an ability to copy what one works hard to create and use as soon as it is seen is an asinine one. Anybody with adequate skill should be able to handle it. Heh, it seems like one of your brats dislikes that Kekai Genkai, Zabuza said. What a way to state the obvious. What's next? You're going to state that I'm blonde, Naruto asked. Maya took this moment to grab his arm and pulling him over to Tazuna. She noticed Zabuza's eyes followed them the whole way. You sure talk a lot, Genin. You do as well, Kawa? His sentence was cut off, two hands covering his mouth. Maya blinked, looking back. Aya was the one who cut him up. Naruto, stop it. Aya whispered. You're distracting, sensei. She's right, Maya said. Thought she found it odd that the man was going back and forth with Naruto. Hn, let's end this talking, I have an old man to kill, Zabuza said. All 5 Genins reacted. Team 7 making a close, half circle in front of Tazuna. Sasuke and Sakura had a kunai out, while Aya held her sword. Maya and Naruto positioned themselves in front of Sasuke, who was directly in front of Tazuna, their weapons positioned in front of them. Heh, it seems I will have to take care of you first, Zabuza said. Naruto's eyes followed him, the man ripping the blade from the ground and retreating to the middle of the pond in front of them. He stood on the surface of the water with one hand up in a seal near his mouth and the other high in the air. The water under him circled before raising up, changing form to a light mist. Nippu, hidden mist jutsu. Even thought it was a low mutter, Naruto heard it perfectly. Within second his complete form was veiled by the haze, the mist spreading. He's gone, Sakura let out. He's using another jutsu, Maya said. High or low level? Naruto asked. Through the mist, Naruto could see a low bluish light, though it soon flickered away. Mid-rank, I think, Maya said, before narrowing her eyes. There is another chakra signature. Naruto nodded. It must be the fake hunter Nin, Naruto muttered to himself. He didn't realize Maya heard him. He'll come after me first, Kakashi spoke. Zabuza Momochi, as a member of Hidden Mist, he was known as an expert in silent killing. Kakashi stated, You don't even notice until you're already dead. It's not like I can use the Sharingan perfectly. You guys be careful. Everyone nodded, Naruto shifting just a bit. He was ready to turn if anything happened. Soon enough, the mist got thicker, clouding everyone's vision. They could hardly even see the pond anymore, but because of their close proximity to Kakashi they could perceive him almost as clear as day. Suddenly a heavy pressure pressed down on the group, causing all of them to break out in a light sweat. The mist is getting thicker, Aya said. 8 choices, Zabuza's voice rang out. almost seemingly to echo from all directions. It served to put them even further on edge. What? Sakura let out. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Naruto listened as he looked around. He couldn't find him by ear, but maybe he could locate him with his eyes, or better yet. He sent out a pulse of chakra, his eyes burning a bit. In a second, the image of the surround area came to him, unhindered by the mist. A huge grin came upon his face, his eyes going to his left. Which one should I go after? Naruto couldn't explain why, but this was getting increasing exciting. He wanted to fight, he wanted to cut, to make this man bleed. His body began to shake unconsciously as the pressure known as killing intent washed over them in droves. Naruto let out a breath, unknowing unleashing his own intent. The three mixtures of intent made it very hard for the other four genin to relax. They shook visible now, unable to hold it in. It was like having someone squeeze their hearts in their hand. The thoughts that ran through their minds reflected their state of mind. What is this? I never felt anything like this before. Sakura thought, the kunai quaking in her shivering hands. I can't believe anybody could make this type of feeling. I can barely breathe. Aya thought, staring ahead. It made it that much harder for her to endure. What an incredible killing intent. It feels like I'll be killed if I make a single move. This could drive a person crazy. The intensity of a jounin. This feels like my life is being squeezed. I can't take it. I'd almost rather die now and get it over with. Sasuke thought, his sweat dropping down like rain. This is bad. I haven't felt this in so long. Even Whisker's killing intent wasn't this unbearable. Maya thought, though she wasn't affected to the extent as the others. Sasuke, Kakashi let out calmly, noticing he was affected the most. Don't worry, I'll protect you guys even if it kills me. He turned a little, showing his patented eye smile, though there was a cool-looking scar over his eye. I don't let my comrades die. Somehow, these words put the four genin at ease, though it made Naruto slightly irritated. Heh, we'll see about that. Zabuza's voice rang out. As soon as these words came out, Zabuza appeared in the middle of Team 7, crouched a bit, his sword positioned to cut through all four of them, starting with Tazuna. All of them felt his sudden presence but were unable to move. A sudden movement in front of them caught their eyes before all four of them were pushed aside. Zabuza let out as all eyes came to the smaller form in front of him. The four of them landed on the ground, each one of the three genin looking at them. And Naruto? Sakura let out, expressing her surprise. Nice try, Naruto muttered, water dripping down the blade that impaled the man. At that moment, the Zabuza in front of Naruto dissipated into water. Another one appeared behind the blonde. Naruto! Behind you! Aya shouted. Naruto turned, his eyes staring at the man as he swung his sword at the kid. Naruto prepared to defend himself, thinking of how to counterattack afterward. Before the blade could hit its mark, Maya plowed into Naruto, getting him out of danger before he could be hurt again. Naruto saw a few strands of hair fly from her head as he hit the ground, the blade flying over them. A second later, Kakashi appeared behind the mist ninja, the black-haired man's body going still. Naruto was forced into a slight roll, from what he guessed was a habit by now. When they stopped, Maya was once again on top of him. Gaia! Both of them looked towards Sakura just in time to see a kunai be placed by Zabuza's neck. Wow, that was fast, Naruto said. Don't move, Kakashi voice said behind him. It's over. At this, Maya got off him and stood, Naruto following after her. Haha, Sakura let out happily. Aya joined her, in a relieved laugh, relaxing a bit. Hey, it's over? He asked. You don't get it. There is no way you can defeat me with your monkey-like imitations, Zabuza said. Hey, do you feel his chakra? Naruto asked. Maya glanced at him before concentrating. At that time you had already copied my Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. You had your clones say those words to attract my attention while you hid in the mist and watched me. Maya's eyes widen, another chakra source approaching Kakashi. Kakashi-san, behind you. Kakashi's eyes widen at her warning, his body turning just as the Zabuza in front of him turned to water. He noticed the man behind him swinging his blade in a wide arc and ducked, dodging it with time to spare. A second later, the man's foot came at a round, kicking him square in the chest. Kakashi flew away, towards the water, his eyes on the swordsman. Zabuza gave chase, ready to finish the jounin off. He was forced to stop, noticing Makabishi scattered on the ground in his path. He looked up just as Kakashi hit the water and smirked. "Foolish," he said, disappearing in a blur. "So, Zabuza is also strong in taijutsu," Naruto voiced out, not realizing he just say something on somebody else's mind. Maya was the only one who seemed to realize this young boy was really excited. They watched the silver-haired jounin surface, his arms lifting up like something was off. Naruto frowned almost instantly. This has just gotten bad. There was no time for anyone to question him. Zabuza appearing behind the man, standing on the water and his hands in a seal. Unexpectedly, the water went up around the man, creating a perfect dome that encased him. It seemed to keep his whole body just above the water. The man's hand was pushed into the dome, almost as a sign that it was how he was sustaining the technique. They all watched as the man spoke to Kakashi, words only Naruto could somehow hear. What they did see was the missing Nin make a one-handed seal before the water rose in front of him, taking the form of Zabuza. Everyone stood on edge, the clone walking over to land. Naruto sighed. "Maya-chan, I uncover my eyes and this is the sight I see." "Hey! Ninja battles have unexpected results," Maya said calmly, though her stance proved she wasn't as composed as she sounded. "Hee. Wearing forehead protectors and acting like real ninjas? But you know what? A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. Basically, once you're good enough to be listed in my handbook," he said, making a seal. "Then you can start calling yourself a ninja. You guys should not be referred to as ninjas." Then he was gone. Naruto's eyes widened and he lashed out, shoving Maya hard and sending her off towards the other genin. He had only a moment to put up his guard, thinking it was enough to lessen the damage he would take. A foot appeared before his eyes, pushing into his arm before breaking completely through it. He was sent flying back, his forehead protector leaving his head as if by some mystic force. "Naruto!" Aya screamed, as the blonde hit the earth, sliding back across the ground. He came to a stop and placed his hand on his head. Naruto leaned up, staring at the man. His body was shaking, the blow clearly affecting him. "Just a brat," he heard, from the original. "You guys, take Tazuna San and run away. You have no chance of beating him," Kakashi yelled out. "As long as he keeping me in here, he can't move. The water clone cannot go very far from his body. Just run away now." Naruto sat up, wiping the blood off his lip. He looked at the clone before looking at his forehead protector. His eyes came back to the water being before standing slowly. "Run away?" Naruto asked, stabbing his sword into the ground. His eyes came to Kakashi. "Good idea." Everyone stared confused as he released his sword, bursting forward. "No, don't," Kakashi yelled. Sasuke started. Sakura grabbed her head. "Naruto, what are you thinking?" A second later, Naruto flew back into the air, blood flying from his mouth. But this time he was spared from the landing on the hard ground. Maya and Aya reached him, catching him in their arms, though they found out how hard he was kicked, and their feet sliding back some. He was placed on the ground when they finally stopped, which landed them just behind the rest of their group. Naruto groaned, leaning his head back. "What are you doing jumping in all by yourself? We are genin, we have no chance against him," Sakura scolded, loudly. It took a second for her question to be answered, the boy raising his hand which now held the forehead protector. "You went for your protector?" Maya asked. He nodded and she let out a sigh. "If you are going to do that, then don't get hit." Naruto grinned at her, moving from their hold. Standing straight and a little wobbly, Naruto began to move from them. "Naruto," Aya called out, surprised. He only continued to grin, walking away from the group. He tied his forehead protector on his forehead, taking a deep breath. He stopped at his sword and grabbed the hilt. "Listen closely, Mr. I wish I had eyebrows." Naruto pulled his sword from the group, feeling the heated glare of the clone. "The young man standing in front of you right now." Naruto turned at that point, pointing his sword at the clone. "Will bear the title of strongest in this world. So on your way to the underworld. Tell the Shinigami I'll be sending more people down there." Naruto smirked devilishly at his exclamation, his sword gleaming as the light hit it. took a moment, but both the clone and Zabuza laughed. The clone took it one step further and deciding to refute his statement. Really, boy? You think you are STR? Splash. Silent stares surveyed the scene, the clone no longer being there, only the blonde genin standing in its spot. No, I don't think. I know I'm strong enough. Naruto's smug smile accompanied this statement. He moved so fast, Sakura thought. Can't believe it, Sasuke thought, stunned. Maya smiled. Cheater. Aya looked at her, completely thrown off. Naruto looked back at her, grinning. That a kettle calling the pot black. It seems I will have to take care of you myself, Zabuza muttered. Naruto turned, showing his back to the man once more. He walked back towards the group, not needing to look to see the clone the Miss Nin would create. Naruto sheathed his blade, grinning. Okay guys, I have a plan. What kind of plan? Maya asked. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder. A pretty good one. What is it? Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at him. All right, I'm going to fight Zabuza. Naruto glanced back, seeing a clone plug its hand into the dome. And I want you four to figure out some way to free Trap Seeker there. They looked at him, Maya quickly glaring. Hell no, you aren't fighting a Jounin alone. Naruto tilted his head at her. You have a better idea? He asked. If anything, we should go at him together. The two of us should be enough to hold his attention long enough for them to save their sensei. Maya said. But he's a Jounin. How do you expect to last against him? Sakura asked. We'll come up with. Maya started, only to feel a hand on her chest. Her face lit up with annoyance, her eyes on Naruto. She refrained from striking him and removed his hand from her person. Naruto, this isn't the time to be a pervert, she said, her eyes twitching. Naruto chuckled. But Maya-chan, there is always time to be a pervert. Such arrogance. This drew everyone's eyes back to the man. To look away from your opponent. Naruto waved his hand at him, dismissingly. Hey, we are planning your downfall. Be a good Jounin and wait right there. Zabuza blinked, laughing. What could five brats do? What are you doing? Run away. This fight was over the moment I was caught. Our duty is to protect Tazuna-san. Did you forget that? Kakashi shouted. Maya looked from him to Tazuna. He does have a point. Naruto looked at Tazuna. Do you wish to run? Well, he started with his hat hiding his eyes. I planted this seed myself. I'm not going to now say that I desire to live so much that I'd stop you. So fight as much as you want. Naruto laughed loudly. You just improved on my list. Tazuna looked slightly happy, nearly laughing at him. Ha ha ha. Zabuza laughed again, his head bowed. Everyone once again looked at him. You guys will never grow up, Zabuza said, looking down. Grow up? Naruto asked. Going to keep playing ninja? He asked. Then let me tell you, when I was your age, these hands were already dyed red with blood, Zabuza said, his hand raised in front of him, a crazy glint in his eyes. Devil Zabuza, Kakashi said, glaring at him. Aya, Sasuke, and Sakura all gulped when they heard this. Ah, so you hear a little about it, Zabuza said. Naruto palmed his forehead, letting out a loud sigh. Long ago, in the Hidden Mist Village, also called the Bloody Mist, there was a final obstacle in becoming a ninja. Everyone was surprised that it was not Kakashi who said this but Naruto. So someone so young knows about that graduation exam, Zabuza said, eyeing Naruto. Naruto, what exam? Maya asked, glancing at him. Zabuza started to laugh as Naruto stared at him. It was a fight to the death between students. Naruto said. Nothing too big. Everyone stared at Naruto for one out of two reasons. One, he knew that, and two was that he was taking it lightly. Kakashi continued on without a second's delay. Friends who have trained together and eaten at the same table are pitted against each other and go at it, until one of them lost their life. These are friends who had helped each other, shared dreams. Horrible, both Aya and Sakura said. 10 years ago, the Hidden Mist graduation exam was forced to change. Naruto said, contempt filling his voice. This change came after the previous year, when a so-called devil appeared. Naruto said, imagines appearing before his eyes. They were staring to burn a lot now. Change? Sakura asked. What change? What did this devil do? Sakura asked. Naruto looked at her, without pause or hesitation. A young boy who wasn't a ninja killed over 100 or so students. Naruto said. Or so they say. I say he just bitched his way through. At that moment Zabuza moved into action, racing towards the blonde. He sought to deal some damage to prove his dominance over the kids. But he realized it would not be as easy as he first thought. With quick and precise movement, he reached to grab the robes of the boy. But the blonde slid out of reach before jumping up. Watching him closely, Zabuza blocked an oncoming kick and ducked under a second one. His eyes slid over to the girl by his side, who swung her sword at his leg. He proved his speed by simply leaping back, out of her range, seconds before it was hit him. He leapt back, the black-haired boy, leaping up and launching a spray of kunai at him. He jumped back once more, the kunai piercing the ground. Just as he landed, Naruto was in front of him striking out with spinning kick. He retreated back, avoiding the attack and gaining a little more distance. He was now near the center of the pond, watching the blonde-hair boy with a grin. Pretty good. Naruto's mouth twitched. Pretty good? I'm insulted. Naruto turned back to the group, walking over to them. He stopped in front of the nodding his head. All right, it's decided. I'll take care of him. What? The three girls let out. Naruto. Sakura stopped, her face turning completely red. Kaiha. She crouched down, covering her chest. Naruto hummed, looking at his fingers. Nice. They fit so perfectly in my hand. Naruto. Maya growled. Don't worry, Maya-chan. Just watch me. Naruto said, curling his fingers in. Just watch closely. Naruto walked forward, drawing a kunai from his pouch. He was about a foot away from them when he threw it down and walked beyond it. Nobody steps beyond this kunai, unless you can free him, that is. Sasuke glared, already not liking this position he was placed in. Dobe. Stop overestimating yourself. I don't need your worry, Naruto replied, waving his hand back. Aya took a step forward, apprehension in her eyes. Naruto, you can't do this alone. At least let us. Naruto stopped and looked back at her, smiling brightly. Come on, Aya-chan, have some faith in me. I'm strong. But, Naruto, she started. Don't worry. I can do this, Naruto said, grinning. She looked down slightly before nodding. Fine. But if it looks like you need help, I'm joining in, Maya said, crossing her arms. Naruto scratched his cheek, relenting to his friend. Deal. With that, he walked ahead. Kakashi wasn't sure what they discussed, but from Naruto walking forward, he could come to his own conclusions. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? You can't win by yourself. Just hurry up and leave. Naruto looked at the water. He hummed, gathering chakra into his feet. He stepped on the surface and glanced at Kakashi. You have no say. The moment you got captured was the moment you lost all rights to order us around. Naruto replied, pointing at him. Kakashi stared. How very impudent of this boy. How in the hell was Anko training them? With Kakashi now quiet, Naruto got the chance to think. Okay, I'm not completely at full strength. My speed is back at 100. I should be able to combat him properly now that I got a feeling for his speed. My chakra is decreasing at a steady rate. Stealth? There is none. No traps I can implore. In the strength department, he has the edge. Kenjutsu will have to be my strong point for now, and hopefully we won't get into a ninjutsu battle with Kakashi here, Naruto thought. Naruto drew his sword, staring at the man who he knew had a smirk on his face. Shall we begin? Naruto asked. Zabuza, who he could tell was looking down on him, drew his sword. Come on, brat. Let's go. Naruto took deep breaths, staring at him. He was not going to make the first move, and it seems Zabuza wasn't going to either. After a minute, Naruto deciding just staring at the man was not something he was content with. So he began walking to his right, hoping to locate some kind of blind spot. He watched Zabuza do the same, his eyes never leaving him. Maybe he wouldn't have to use anything. Sakura, recovering from Naruto's sexual harassment, watched the proceeding. What are they doing? Aya glanced at her. Naruto is looking for an opening. Naruto blocked all else from his mind, concentrating solely on the missing Nin. He didn't really find anything with his little stroll, but hey, it was better than doing nothing. Naruto stopped at his original spot and he decided that was enough of a delay. He dashed forward, Zabuza coming at him at the same time. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he prepared himself for the older man's attack. The first attack came fast but Naruto was ready for it, leaping up above it just in time. Successfully dodging the attack, he spun like a top, lashing out with a kick that had the potential to dislocate the man's jaw. He watched Zabuza, the man displaying superior reflexes by ducking under the attack. Smash! Zabuza flew up, his feet off the water. His eyes went wide, the man unable to keep the shock off his face. Another attack? His eyes went to the boy who extended his foot, coming for a second strike. I'll block. His hand came up, his palm open to capture the limb. Once again Zabuza found himself flying back, confusion shining in his eyes. He flipped, landing on the water and sliding back. He touched his mouth, finding it hurting a lot more than he thought. Though he wasn't extremely strong, he still knew how to kick. He watched the boy land, unable to diagnose what was going on. In the span of 10 seconds, he was hit twice when he was sure he evaded or blocked it. It was like his leg just went straight through his guard. It seems that this boy would be a lot more trouble than he anticipated. On land, the genin seemed more preoccupied with the scene than figuring out how to unleash the captured jounin. Sakura was the first to voice her surprise. I can't believe it. Naruto hit him, twice. That's not that surprising, Maya said. He has been trained well enough to at least land a few blows against someone stronger than him. Maya crossed her arms. Though she said this, she still was confused. His attacks are gliding past the Zabuza's guard by mere centimeters. It's so easy to see from here. But the question is how? I'm sure Zabuza is fast enough to block his attacks. She smiled, then he should be fine for a few minutes, giving us enough time to free Kakashi. Sasuke, on the other hand, clutched his hands tightly in a fist. Though he was happy there was someone who could fight the man, he was upset that it was Naruto. The Naruto who failed half of his test, and the test he did pass, he passed by 1 point. It was the same Naruto who lost to one of the weakest girls in class during spars, the same goddamn, untalented idiot who could barely hit the outer rings of the targets. How did he get this strong in 1 month? I gulped, not sure if she should be happy or worried. The man was jounin, so he probably would underestimate Naruto, but what would happen when he stopped? She glanced at her team, noticing Sasuke's state of anger. She wondered what his problem was. Naruto took a deep breath, ready to go in again. He charged ahead, his sword cutting the water as he ran in a slightly arc. He saw the man shift, seemingly going on the defense. But Naruto could see clearly his intention and he would defuse it now. He got a few feet away from him before skidding to a stop and leaping back. Naruto could tell he was slightly surprised and used the brief time slot to draw a shuriken from his pouch and launching 4 of them, in a short arc towards him. Instead of jumping back, the man chose to block it, which made Naruto a little happy. Zabuza was still in range. Naruto landed, busting towards Zabuza in a zigzag dash, water rising up behind him. But this time Naruto didn't alter his course. Once in range, he leapt at him, his sword ready to pierce him through the chest. The man jumped back, evading the attack altogether. It seems that he was being cautious. Naruto watched him with curious eyes, landing on the water. Zabuza was starting to reevaluate his opinion about him. Not good really, but Naruto didn't care much. All that means is that it would be more fun. Naruto's attention was drawn ahead of him, Zabuza disappearing from his spot. Nice burst of speed, Naruto muttered. Turning swiftly, Naruto blocked the incoming blade. But he couldn't stop himself from being picked off the surface of water, the force being too much to endure. Naruto stayed calm, his eyes following his opponent as he once again disappeared in a sudden movement. The moment Naruto landed on the water near the land, he jumped up doing a cartwheel as the man appeared behind him once more. From his flipping position, he watched the sword passing under him closely. He grinned, finishing his flip on the other side of Zabuza. Switching his hold on his sword, the blonde swung his body, hoping to cause some damage. Zabuza managed to slide back just in the nick of time. This time he dodged perfectly, no wounds or extra attacks getting to him. He looked at the boy, grinning. Maybe that was a fluke after all. Zabuza moved into action, deciding to put this kid into his place. He put his intention into action, swinging his sword to cut the boy in half by his waist. With his next action, the boy shocked him. He watched as the genin, with precise timing and aim, He placed his hand on the broadside of his large sword. He hopped up out of direct danger of the edge and proved once more that his skills were nothing to take lightly. Zabuza grunted, sliding back from a double kick to his face. He did manage to get the boy off his sword in the process with a simple flick of the sword. He recovered fairly quickly, turning to the genin who was now rolling across the water behind him. With a grin, Zabuza put his sword away and began to do hand seals. He was forced to stop, his body at risk of becoming a pincushion for shuriken. He ducked and weaved as shuriken after shuriken came his way. He managed to complete 2/3 of the seals needed for his jutsu, the shuriken barely even disturbing his concentration. But he had to spot momentarily, leaping out of the way of the projectiles. Then it happened. A lone shuriken arced his way, heading to the middle of his hands. He stopped his technique, leaning back to dodge the sharp weapon, only to catch sight of the boy doing hand signs of his own. The very same set he was just doing. Damn it, Zabuza thought, landing on the water. With his concentration broken, he had to do it once more. With his speed, he was able to quickly catch up with the boy and passing him. Finally, his hands came to a stop, the water in front of him beginning to rise. Water release, Grand Cyclone Jutsu. Water release, Grand Cyclone Jutsu. Zabuza's eyes widened, the water in front of him rising to life, spinning like a tempest. The same happened in front of the kid, except the direction of the spinning water was opposite of his. The two cyclones danced together, saturating the surround air and stirring the water violently. So fiercely the water fought that nothing remained unaffected. Zabuza's clone seemed to have a hard time staying stationary with the rocketing water, while a fast swirl of water shot off towards the land. Seeing this, the genin moved quickly, the members of Team 7 securing their client while Maya moved in front of the group. The blade of the sword was stabbed into the ground, her hands going through some very fast hand signs. Ending in the tiger seal, the blue-eyed girl inhaled deeply. Fire release. Spit fire explosion. The girl spit out 5 rapid shots of small fireballs, each one no larger than a handball. Upon colliding with the water they exploded, expanding outward into balls that was just about 1.5 diameter long. The water was quickly consumed by the fire, steaming being left in its wake. But the water was too great, overlapping the fire before pushing into the group though without as much force. Maya stood glued to the floor, watching as the water flowed back, almost as if they were reflected off each other. The jounin disappeared from her view, putting her on edge as another wave poured against them. Maya shielded her face enough to keep water out of her eyes, but her eyes were searching for the jounin who was currently missing from her view. Guh! Twin shout from the girls in the group caused Maya to look back. Seeing that it was only the water that was the cause of this, she looked back ahead. She had to make sure Naruto was safe. She knew he was good, but this couldn't last long. She had to make sure she reacted quickly enough to help out. Her eyes moved over to the clone whose eyes were on the fight. Chance, she thought. At that, her hands moved to action, throwing 5 arcing shuriken towards the clone. She noticed the clone's eyes come to her almost instantly, its hand going into a seal. She mentally cursed, the water in the path of her attack rising and grabbing the projectiles as it formed another body. Tisk Maya out, grabbing her sword and drawing her sword from the ground. She watched the clone dash forward, drawing the oversized sword on its back. The clone made it halfway to her before it exploded to the water that made it up. Maya saw Naruto through the almost transparent liquid. She let out a puff of breath, relaxing at the destruction of the imminent threat. But then the older ninja appeared behind her friend, already in mid-swing. Behind you! Naruto landed back closer to the land than he would like. His chest hurt, blood flowing from the new wound on his person. His shirt was now officially ruined. Bad thing was this was his favorite one. He had groped so many women in this shirt. Now he would have to put it to rest. Maya-chan, stay there, Naruto shouted, his head turning back. He saw her stop just at the spot where the Kwani was. Interesting, the water didn't move it. It's just a scratch, so I won't need any help. Naruto, pay attention, I shouted. Naruto's head snapped forward, sliding to his right. Zabuza's sword passed him, only cutting the air. Using the small interval of time, Naruto leapt up, swinging his right leg toward the ninja. The blonde watched closely, his opponent bringing his right hand to intercept his attack. With accurate timing and control, he weaved his leg above the man's hand, evading it and striking his intended target. Zabuza's head jerked back, his eyes shining as fierce as daggers. Naruto let out a chuckle, drawing his foot away as Zabuza tried to grab him. Once his feet were back on the water, Naruto did a back flip, the man launching another swung of his blade. Seeing another opening, the blonde swung his sword, cutting the exposed leg. No sound came from Zabuza as Naruto landed, but he did notice the man retreating quickly. But he would not let him go so easily. Naruto chased after him, noticing the man putting his sword back on his back. With swift hand seals, the man completed his jutsu before Naruto could reach him. But the boy wasn't deterred, seeing the dozen water clones pop form from the water under them. Naruto could only smile brightly, somehow coming to the conclusion that he was pushing the man back into a corner. What happened next could only be described as a dance of blades and water. The blonde was weaving through the clones, only blocking what was deemed necessary while evading, with unbelievable ease, those that were not. All that watched had a singular thought that he was well-trained. A little too well-trained for the short time he was under Anko's care. He moved well, have little unnecessary movement with each action. His attacks came out fast, only a bright sheen alerting them to his actions. But for the clones there were no warning before they burst back into their element. Kakashi watched on, memorizing his movements with his one open eye. I didn't think Naruto was this skilled. I thought Maya was the stronger of the two. Kakashi thought. This was entirely strange, not to mention the transformation jutsu that was over Naruto's eyes. He noticed it a little earlier, but this was not the time to actually ask about it. As the fight continued on, Kakashi noticed a few things. 1. Naruto was getting tired, sweat pouring down from his face, his movements becoming a little strained. The second, Zabuza had hidden himself underwater. But he realized Naruto had this information already, his eyes going down to the water. Kakashi knew that after this was over, he would have to look into this boy's past. Soon all the water clones fell, leaving Naruto standing alone on the water, save the other clone keeping Kakashi locked away. He was panting, trying hard to catch his breath. He was actually starting to regret staying up all night. Maybe he would need to release Kakashi himself. He looked at the clone, thinking of a few ways to do it. But before he could make a move, he was forced back, something firing up at him. Naruto growled, not liking the tactic the man was now using. He didn't have much time to think of anything, shuriken bursting out of the water underneath him. He evaded with a little trouble, his body feeling a lot heavier than normal. Naruto could tell exactly where the man was and knew a few ways to bring him out. Thing was, if he was to use a jutsu to do this, he would be out of the fight and open to any attack. Which was something Naruto didn't want to happen, at least until Kakashi was free. His eyes snapped forward, another 5 clones coming to the surface. Naruto hummed, putting his sword into his mouth. Wanna play with clones? So be it. Naruto thought, making a hand sign. 2 puff of smoke was let out at his side, 2 clones appearing once it was gone. They did not hesitate upon racing toward the clones, swords in hand. Naruto, on the other hand, stayed back, figuring it would not be required for him to join in. But it would seem Zabuza had different plans. Naruto was once again forced to dodge more weapons from underneath him. Zabuza wasn't giving him a moment to rest, meaning that the man realized what state he was in. But if wanted to do ninja stuff, so be it. Naruto dug into his pouch, drawing a kunai and an explosive tag. As he dodged the weapons, he rolled the tag around the hilt of his weapon. He molded his chakra, directing it into the tag as he leapt up, drawing another kunai secretly. He threw the both, the one without the tag directly below him and with it just about 5 feet to his left. He wondered about the expression that appeared on Zabuza's face when the tag went off in front of him. He also had to reevaluate just how good this man was to escape it at that range underwater. Maybe he should give his name to the man. Naruto landed safely, water dropping down after an ear-shattering boom with off. He paid no attention to it, his eyes staring directly ahead of him. He didn't know why, but his body was feeling weaker. His eyes came down to the large wound on his torso. Even as wet as he was, the blood kept flowing. Not to mention the wound on his shoulder. He probably should have paid attention to it. He wasn't sure how much blood he lost, nor did he know a good way to stop the bleeding without wrapping it up. This is bad. I need to either kill him or free Kakashi. Naruto's eyes widen, his attention being brought to an image in his mind. With a quick burst of speed, the genin slid to his right, dodging a rising slash from Zabuza, who burst from the water. Naruto jumped up, rotating his body like a corkscrew. He swung his sword fast, slicing through the man's head. He did it! Sakura cheered, hopping up. Her shout drew his eyes to her. Oh, how he wished he didn't. The clone burst in front of Naruto, the water splashing against him. He landed, his eyes on the real body of the ninja. Zabuza performed his seals fast, suspecting the boy to try and stop him. He was right, a kunai flying right at him just as he got to his last needed snake seal. It seems like he was the faster one. Water release. Crushing tidal wave. Water rose from in front of the man, a wave shooting forward. It engulfed the kunai from what he saw, stopping the danger from it. He noticed the boy tried to leap over the attack, but his evasion came too late. The top of the wave smashed into him, pulling him with it as it traveled its course. A shout of the boy's name rang out from the brunette on the sidelines as the liquid death smashed him into a tree. It held him there, the excess water pushing onto the land. After a few moments the water retracted, sliding back into the pond of original, leaving the boy to slide down the tree. Zabuza strode towards the genin, his body seemingly relaxed but ready for any attack from the kids on shore. A grin came to his face. It took a little longer than he figured, but he had finally taken this annoying boy down. He had to reevaluate him now. It was impossible for a genin to be like this. He had to be a chunin, nothing else makes sense. Stopping just a few meter and a half away from the boy, he pulled his sword out. Pretty good boy. You're a step ahead of those genin, he said. Naruto. Zabuza let out, confused as to why he just said his name. My nami is Uzumaki Naruto, the boy shouted, almost as if wanting the world to know. Well then, Uzumaki Naruto. Goodbye, Zabuza said, reeling his sword back. He was going to toss it but stopped, his instincts forged from years of training, urging him to get away. The traitor began to move forward, just as sounds of something bursting from the water came to him. Steel cut lightly into his back, the man moving fast enough that it wasn't fatal. He turned, readying his sword to defend any type of continuing attacks. There were none, giving him a chance to recompose himself and show his intimidating glare. I keep underestimating this boy, he thought, watching the now completely drenched boy get into his stance. And then, without a word, he attacked. Maya watched everything with calculating eyes. The two ninja were now fighting an open sword fight, with some shuriken and kunai thrown in the mix. At this point in time she could see how easily it was for Naruto to dodge the man's attacks. He refused to give him any type of space for the man to let loose another jutsu. As she viewed them, she had to wonder about her friend. Where did he pull the skill from? Yeah, she knew that he was good at reading and predicting a person's movement, but to a degree like this was not something she was used to seeing. He was dodging feigns left and right, dishing out damage with punches and kicks. In all honesty, Naruto was more aggressive than he has ever been. Well, since he started learning her family's skills, that is. Her eyes moved back to the clone. She had to figure a way out for Kakashi. Naruto was doing well, but he was becoming sluggish. He wouldn't last too much longer. She could try another sneak attack, but chances are what happened before would repeat and she would not be the cause of another wound being inflicted on the blonde. Using a jutsu? She did not want to try, simply because of Naruto's erratic movement. The both of them were all over the place. She did not want to hit him. Then the girl blinked. If she had Naruto by her side, they could do it fairly easily. A smile appeared on her face. Maybe Aya could help. Aya, come here for a moment. At her call, her cousin left her post, coming to her side. Yes, Aya said. Maya glanced at her, grinning. I have a plan to free your sensei, but I'm going to need your help. Aya stared at her, gulping down nervously. She nodded, gripping the fabric of her pants. Okay, here it is. Naruto flew back, his feet sliding against the water. Blood leaked from his mouth, the hilt of the man's sword being the cause. His eyes came to Zabuza, who was now in front of him, sword raised diagonally. His mouth twitched, a hard tug on his shirt bringing him down into the water. He didn't need to look to know it was his clone, which allowed him to keep watch on Zabuza. Naruto flipped in the water, the image of something not to his liking entering his mind. With a push from his clone, Naruto sped off, popping out of the water just behind the advancing mist Nin. He spun, using the most of his momentum to strike at his exposed neck. Zabuza turned, his eyes showing he expected this, and blocked with his sword. Gotcha, Zabuza thought, a curved kunai in his free hand. He thrust his hand forward, planting the blade in Naruto's shoulder. The boy grunted before disappearing into smoke. His eyes went wide, another clone. A presence behind him caught his attention and he turned quickly, swinging his sword around. The blade cut through air, the boy crouching low under it. His eyes came to him, the boy's face shadowed completely by shadows that had no place on his face. His eyes were tinted red, his pupils sharp as slits. An overwhelming killing intent came over him, the boy moving fast. He found himself unable to move, the boy's sword cutting into his waist. Blood sprayed, the boy's blade slicing straight through his bone. No shout came from him, his throat seemingly swelled up. His torso fell, his surprised eyes locked on the boy's face. That unnatural shadow was still there, a ringing sound reaching his ears. And then everything appeared as if it never happened, the boy now beginning his attack. Zabuza jumped back, dodging the fatal attack. Sweat poured down his face, his fingers twitching unconsciously. He stared in disbelief. This brat released so much killing intent that it actually made him see himself die. His hand came up, clutching his face as he looked at the water. Naruto panted heavily, he fucked that up royally. He should have been able to slice him with that blow. I'm getting sluggish. I'm in trouble. Naruto watched the man, feeling like he would faint at any moment. His eyes went back to Kakashi. He wished they would free him already. Naruto's eyes shot to Zabuza, a loud boisterous coming from the man. Naruto was now back on guard, the blonde raising his sword up quickly to intercept the blade coming down on him. The water waved violently under him, the pressure of the attack transmitting through his body. Naruto found it hard to stand but refused to give an inch. He held his own footing, gritting his teeth as he looked into the swordsman's eyes. Something seemed to have snapped in him, or he just decided to take him serious. Either way, it was rather exciting to the blonde. A small grin appeared on Naruto's face, his eyes lighting up with energy that he thought he lost. His body was beginning to boil, as if a fire had once again been lit underneath him. He began to push back, tilting his sword as he did so. He would win this test of strength, if anything just to boost his ego. Then he will try and finish it again. If he failed, he would free Kakashi. Seriously, Maya-chan was taking too long. He only planned to fight for 3 minutes, not 5. His was drawn from his musings, and scene playing out in his mind. He shifted his attention to the black-haired genin in front of Tazuna. Ah, fuck me, he thought, feeling the weight of the sword pushing on him with more force. He was held in place, his own strength being nowhere enough to fend this guy off. His eyes went back to the boy, watching as he began to move. Team, don't you dare. His shout came too late, the boy already up in the air, letting fly over a dozen shuriken toward the missing nin. Heh! Zabuza let out. Naruto didn't need to guess why he sounded so pleased. Sasuke was going to get his ass kicked for this. Out of the corner of Naruto's eyes, he could see a set of blurs flying down from the tree lines. They smashed into the shuriken, altering their route of travel. Naruto's mouth twitched. He had to get away from Zabuza now or he would die. With a quick shift of his blade, Zabuza's cool, oversized one shifted, sliding off the blade. He barely had time to move before a kick sent him in the direction of the incoming projectiles. He twirled, preparing to deal with them in one great sweep. His eyes widened like saucers. Another set of shuriken and kunai smashed into the ones Sasuke threw, altering their course once more. He was fucked. Naruto shielded himself the best way he could, effectively avoiding death by the projectiles. But he was left with numerous amounts of wounds. 2 shurikens sliced into his left shoulder, one finding a nice comfy home there. A kunai and shuriken found its way into his left arm, the boy being forced to sacrifice it to avoid a fatal wound. His face was marked, a lone kunai cutting up vertically up the left side of his face. He was lucky it missed his eye by centimeters. His right cheek was the victim of a shuriken attack, one that reminded him of his teacher's habit. A shuriken and kunai was stuck in the boy's left thigh, both being fairly deep. He managed to catch one in between his teeth, the middle of his lips bleeding from the sharp metal. Landing on the water, Naruto found himself on his knee. The combination of the hit he received from Zabuza and the weapon assault enough to stun him for a moment. The kunai fell from his mouth, his eyes on Sasuke. Then they shifted, Zabuza appearing right behind him. Naruto knew it was already too late. He would need to recover quickly from this assault if he wanted to survive at least. A kick to his side brought him off the surface of the water, a cracking sound reaching his ears. He moved to block the next attack, only for it to push through his defenses, nearly breaking his jaw. Block! Block! Damn it, block! He thought, trying to block another punch, which he somehow managed to do. But upcoming strike with the hilt of the sword hit right in the middle of his forehead. This attack brought him into the water below, his sight going black for a single moment. Naruto saw the man's larger foot smash into his chest, sending him underneath the water's surface. Blood flew up into the water, an instant before water flooded in his mouth. Pain filled his senses as his vision became hazy. Because of this, he couldn't see the hand that came down from the surface and grabbed his robe. Then he was pulled up out of the water and held up by his ripped robes. His body was limp, but his sword was secured in his hand. If he was to die here, he would save the last of his energy to take the man with him. All talk, he heard the man raising his sword up. A moment later, Naruto found himself back in the water, floating on his back. He coughed, blood coming from his mouth. His pulsing heart banged in his ears, the sounds of the world being hidden from him. His vision was going in and out, but he was happy he hadn't lost consciousness altogether. With pure willpower, Naruto gathered whatever chakra he could muster, sending it to his feet as he moved to get to his feet. It was hard, the blonde nearly falling back underwater. It didn't help that blood was getting into his eye. He closed it, deeming it useless for now. With a body feeling as heavy as lead, Naruto got to his knees. Blinking the haze from his eye, Naruto looked ahead, the form of his teammate entering his vision. Maya-chan? She didn't glance back. You okay? Naruto noticed her body was shaking a bit. She was probably nervous or something. I'm fine. He hits like a bitch. A sigh left her mouth, the girl's sword shifting. Good to hear. I thought you might have given up after that. Heh, Naruto let out weakly. Please. I won't give up at anything until I grope every woman in this world. He didn't see it, but he knew she was smiling. At least he reassured her that he would survive this. He tried to stand only for the metal in his thigh to say hello to him, in quite a painful way. Naruto held in his grunt, glaring at the man who was standing off a bit away from them. I'm going to kill him, Naruto said. Who's Zabuza or Sasuke? Maya asked, shifting her eyes towards Sasuke a second. The dark gleam sparked in Naruto's right eye. Both. Zabuza laughed, still talking big. Then he started some hand seals. Naruto growled, his body feeling like it was on fire. He gathered chakra for his final attack, channeling it into his sword. Naruto. At her whisper, Naruto looked at her, the heat in his body dying down somewhat. Aim for his clone. TCH. Naruto let out but nodded at her plan. His attention came ahead of him again, water rising in front of the water ninja. It took the form of a large serpentine dragon with no real detail in its form. Frowning, Naruto stood up, turning slightly to get the clone in sight. Maya swung her sword first, wordlessly unleashing her invisible wave upon the dragon that shot towards them. Naruto followed after her, sending his arcing slash at the clone. When the water split apart in the wake of his attack, Naruto noticed the clone's attention being brought to it. It seemed to calculate how much room it had to dodge it before swinging his body backward. The wave flew past it, the water jerking at the forced separation. Naruto hissed in displeasure, his aim was off. It was impossible to set a plan like this off again, especially now that they realized they could do such a thing. Almost as soon as he thought this, the clone exploded into water, releasing the jounin from its hold. Naruto's eyes went to Maya, seeing the dragon breath down in front of her. There was no way she did that, so then, Naruto looked over at the land, spotting Aya with her right arm extended. An exhausted smile came on his face, the boy dropping to his knees. Good job, Aya-chan. It was at that moment that Naruto realized that Zabuza was charging at them, his sword ready to cleave the both of them in half. He tried to move but found himself rooted, his body slowly sinking into the water. His energy was almost completely gone. He wouldn't be able to stay conscious much longer. Coughing, Naruto noticed Zabuza stop his mad dash, the silver-haired jounin intercepting him. He stood in front of the genin, his back to them. You guys did well, especially you, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Naruto coughed. It was hard to breathe. That's what if everyone says. Maya-chan, you should take him to shore, Kakashi said. He won't be able to stay up much longer. Naruto's mouth twitched. I see Kenisti. His sentence was cut off, Maya placing her hand on his mouth. All right, make sure you don't get caught again. I don't think we can make a repeat performance of this, Maya said, putting Naruto's arm over her shoulder. I won't fail for the same jutsu twice, Kakashi replied. Good to hear, Maya said, before leaping away. Naruto grunted. Each motion Maya made sending a jolt of pain through his body. Sorry, just bear with it, she muttered. Naruto opened one eye. Jutsu. Maya looked at him landing on the water, just as two large water forms collided. Maya was thrown into the air, the water smashing into her back. She recovered fairly easily, showing off just how acrobatic she was, flipping in air and preparing to land. Water splashed on the land, seconds before her feet touched the ground. She was lucky the wave passed by an instant before she came down, or she might have been on her face right now. She leapt over to the closest tree, just in case more water techniques were used. She placed her injured friend against the wood in a sitting position, placing her sword down as well. His sword dropped down a second later, alerting her that he had finally released it. That was so like him. Rushing footsteps reached her ears and she turned back. It was Aya, not really surprising, but she didn't expect her to leave her post so fast. It didn't matter. She looked back at Naruto, when Aya stopped by her side, kneeling. Naruto, she called hysterically. Maya took the time to notice, her cousin placing the sheath to her nodachi on the ground. She opened her mouth to calm her down, but Naruto beat her to it. Ah, Aya-chan, Maya's sweet. What's the matter? His words were offset by his weakened tone. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Aya cried, tears swelling in her eyes. I should have aimed better. Naruto's right hand came to her head, rustling her brown hair. Hey, don't kid yourself. You did a good job. He coughed, jerking in pain. Why you managed to get most of them away from me? And you reacted faster than Maya-chan did. Maya's eye widened at the jab. Hey, at least I helped. Naruto chuckled lightly, jerking in pain. He lifted his left hand, placing it on top of her head. Maya felt her face heat up, this annoying gesture. I know, thanks, Naruto said. Then his hands dropped, his one opened eye closing. Maya quickly grabbed his hand, checking his pulse. It was weak, he lost a lot of blood and used a lot of chakra. We need to stop the bleeding, she said. Aya nodded, going in her pouch. She bought bandages, it seems. That was good because she didn't bring any. Maya started quickly, deciding to extract the projects. She reached for the weapons in his shoulder. She grabbed them just as another wave of water hit the earth. Ah! She let out, her hand forcing the bladed weapon from his arm. His eyes snapped open, the pain forcing him to let out a grunt of pain. They managed to hold their spots as the water passed, Maya's eyes going over to water. From what she could see, Zabuza was now up against a tree, a kunai in his arms and legs. Kakashi was on a branch above him, looking down with a kunai raised, ready to finish him off. The fight is over. So fast. I missed it, Maya thought in dismay. But then something unexpected happened. Two long needles flew from nowhere, going through his neck. Surprise rose in her, eyes going to the tree branch a lone figure was standing on. It wasn't that far from her current position, but she wondered how she missed him. You're right. He's dead, the masked boy said playfully. As he spoke, Maya took in his appearance. He was taller than her, seemingly a few years older. His face is not in view, being hidden behind a mask with swirl decoration across it and a mist symbol just above the squinted eyes. He has black hair styled in a bun-like hairdo. His outfit consisted of a green kimono top and a sweater under it. A dark sash is wrapped around his waist, holding the kimono top closed. A pair of brown shorts covered most of his legs, coming just under his knees. Maya grabbed her sword and sheath, standing up from her position. Her eyes were on the newcomer, watching him closely. She did not need anything else happening to her blonde friend. Thank you very much. I have been searching for the opportunity to kill Zabuza for a long time, the boy said. That mask. You're a Kirigakure hunter nin, Kakashi said. Maya noticed his glance at her, or more specifically, her hand that tightened on her sword. Impressive, you are correct, he said. Hunter Nin, huh? Maya asked, looking at needles in Zabuza's neck. Kakashi looked at her with a curious glance before looking back at him. Yes, it is my duty to hunt down missing Nins. I'm a member of the Hidden Mists Hunter Nin team. The Hunter Nin said. Heh, I bet you were pretty proud. Stealing someone's prey and reveling in their defeat. Maya said. The Hunter Ninja stared at her. Sorry, but it is my job to do as such, he said. That's when Kakashi got up, making his way over to Maya. You could have wa. She stopped, Kakashi placing his hand on her head. Relax. One's duty usually comes first, he said. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowed. She sheathed her sword before slapping his hand off her head. Don't do that, she said, turning back to Naruto. She missed the confused look on his face. Maya watched the boy from the corner of her eyes as he disappeared from his spot and moved to the corpse of Zabuza. Your battle is now over, and now I must dispose of the body, since it seems to have many secrets, the boy said, picking up the body. Then he made a seal, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. So, he was right. That Hunter Ninja was a fake. Maya thought. Maya, Aya whispered. Maya looked at her. The needles that he used, I saw a few of them hit Sasuke's shuriken when he threw them. Maya nodded, looking back at Naruto. In the time that she had her attention on the ninja, Aya had removed all the weapons from his body and his shirt. She was currently wrapping his injuries up. Ha! Kakashi let out, drawing Maya's attention back to him. He had just pulled his forehead protector down to cover his Sharingan. Now we have to wait for Anko, Kakashi said. Yeah, super thanks guys. When she comes back, we can all head to my house and rest a while. Tazuna cheered his hand on his hat. At that moment Kakashi fell forward. Because of his close proximity to Maya, he avoided hitting the ground, the girl catching him. Though she found him a little heavy and lowered him to the ground. Ha! Sensei, what's wrong? Sakura let out, rushing towards him. Maya frowned, upset with the whole situation. Damn it, we have an injured genin and an out-of-commission jounin. Where is Anko-sensei when you need her? She stood, letting out another sigh. As if hearing the question, the purple-haired jounin walked out from the opposite side of the clearing, a frown on her face. It was easy to see that she had a pretty hard battle, her coat being cut in several places. A shallow wound was on her face and hand. Sensei, Maya let out. Anko raised her hand, walking over to them. Hey! Then she stopped, finally able to see the state of her male student and Kakashi. What the fuck happened here? Her eyes narrowed, her student had 7 more wounds than she left him with. Maya let out a sigh. Thank goodness Anko wasn't immobile. I can fill you in on the way to Tazuna's house. She saw her nod, walking over to them. Maya turned to Aya, who was applying the finishing touches on her first aid. She noticed that the white bandages were already soaked red with his blood. You too pick up Kakashi, Maya heard her sensei said. She looked back at her just as she stopped in front of Naruto. Damn it, she muttered, kneeling down and picking up the boy, bridal style. Wait, Aya's sentence was cut off, Anko gaze being enough to stop her. Tazuna, lead the way, she said. The man nodded and pointed. This way, he said and began walking. The team walked after him, Anko and Maya taking his right side while the others were on his right. Maya looked at her teacher. Did you get him? Anko glanced down at her, shaking her head. HN. He managed to escape. Maya could only sigh. This was an all-around bad day. Now, start explaining why Naruto is in this condition, Anko said impatiently. Wow, first time Anko said his name. Maya rubbed the back of her neck. Well, it happened like this. Maya started. An hour later, they reached his house without any more trouble. They were let in by a woman, who they soon found out was his daughter. Her name was Tsunami. She was 29 years old. She seemed to be a very caring woman from the way she ushered them inside the house. With a little explaining, Kakashi was set up with a futon to rest on, and it was discovered he was faking being unconscious, probably out of fear of the tongue lashing Anko would give. Thanks to Tazuna, Maya was able to use a guest room for Naruto, though she had to tell a little lie. Tsunami was the one who led them to it. She opened the door, allowing Anko, Maya, and Aya into it. The room had the basic essentials such as a bed just under the window, a desk against the left wall, and a closet to the right of the bed. "Thank you," Aya said, giving a small bow. "I should be thanking you. You escorted and protected my father here," Tsunami said, returning the bow. Maya was quick to draw out her scroll. She opened it swiftly, laying it on the floor. She gathered her chakra into her hand before pressing the seal. In a puff of smoke, which surprised Tsunami, her bag appeared with Naruto's sleeping bag tied to it. She unstrapped the bag and rolled it on the ground. She unzipped it, opening it before looking at her teacher. She watched Anko walk over to the bag, placing Naruto down carefully. She sat down at his side, looking at the bandages. Maya turned her head to the door, hearing it close. Aya moved over to them, sitting down by Anko's side. "He lost a good amount of blood," Anko stated, her finger touched his face. His skin was looking slightly pale. "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. Anko glanced at her before shaking her head. "No, we will have to wait and see for now," Anko said. "Since he does not seem to have gone into shock, it's good enough to say that he hasn't lost a great amount. Then he should be back on his feet with a few days," Maya said with a light sigh. Anko looked at her, humming. Did she know his secret? "If he's lucky," Anko responded. Maya looked at her, placing her hand on Naruto's chest. "He's very lucky." Anko looked down at Naruto, sighing. "I hope so," she muttered.